on our show, senior central government advocate and special public prosecutor in the Delhi riots matter, the person who's drafted voluminous affidavits for the Delhi police in this case before the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court. He's a very core and senior-most member of the Solicitor General's team. Rajat Nair is now joining us. Rajat, thank you for being a part of this understanding of what we need in the Delhi riots case. I begin by asking you, I remember the Delhi riots case. You've been a very critical, integral part of the prosecution team, trying to make everybody in India understand that this was a pan-India effort, this was a regime change operation. Today, Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid have not got bail. These terrorists stay in jail, Rajat.
Yes.
Why have the other 5 got bail and these 2, the court has said, prima facie, there is evidence against them? What happened and what has the Supreme Court picked up today, Rajat?
Yeah, I'll explain it, what happened inside the courtroom. The Supreme Court, in a very, very fair judgment, has actually categorized the accused in 2 categories. One is the main accused, who actually played the role of conspiring. And there's a second side actors who have only facilitated it. So side fiddles have been granted bail, whereas the main accused who have actually conspired, galvanized and created this kind of situation, they have been denied bail. Supreme Court was very clear that people who threat our sovereignty, integrity by their conduct, their role has to be seen and they cannot be granted bail merely on the ground of delay.
Rajat, I also want to ask you, just before this bail plea came, Adv Raju, the Additional Solicitor General, had mentioned about how there are sympathetic international magazines and newspapers that speak about Umar Khalid. Shockingly, surprisingly, the timing was interesting to see how Zorani and US lawmakers wrote a letter just before the Supreme Court verdict. Did you also find the timing to be suspect?
See, there's nothing new in this. Whenever any hearing of this case comes, there is a barrage of media reports. There are reports in New York Times. Everywhere there is a media disinformation campaign. So I am not surprised with this kind of a letter, but this validates our point that there was a foreign hand involved. This was not a spontaneous right. This was actually very carefully crafted strategy to destabilize the government. This was not a communal right at all. The first victim of this right was a police officer. Unfortunately, he was lynched. He was lynched by the crowd. So this was affront to the state. The challenge was only to the state authorities. So it would be wrong to say that this was a communal right.
Rajat, I want you to just elaborate on that a little. Are you then saying that the affidavit, and viewers, I want to explain to us this exclusive conversation we're having with the person, a 177-page affidavit drafted by the Delhi police. A very critical part of it, Rajat, has been you. In the drafting of these affidavits is so important. The words regime change operation, very similar to what's happened in Dhaka and Kathmandu. That clearly means that this Delhi riots was programmed for an unstable government in India, and you are saying, therefore, the target was police officers.
Certainly. It was it was planned way in advance. So if you see the chronology of the events, it's not that the February 2020 riots were the final one. It started with Jamia, it started in Aligarh Muslim University, petitions were filed on the same day. Then this was the prequel. It was planned on the day when the Honorable US President was there, arriving in India on an official visit. So everything was planned. It is a classic case of toolkit. Somebody behind the back in his drawing room has planned everything, all the events, and that is what our case was before the Honorable Supreme Court.
Rajat, today we are speaking about links of Soros. Then do you think that these people were giving an international backing very, very clearly to all these meetings that were happening in PFI offices? We saw meetings, we saw signatures, we saw Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam as a part of the WhatsApp group admins. We saw Yogendra Yadav and others who were a part of these photographs that were seen and a part of the 20,000-page chart sheets of the Delhi police. Therefore, there was a concerted international hand behind all this. Who do you think it was?
As of now, I cannot comment on that. I can only comment what is there on record. But the situation which is there, the facts which have emerged in the charge sheet which we have placed before the Honorable Supreme Court, it is very clear that this was not a spontaneous right. And these letters which have been now, which have appeared in the media, clearly validates this point that there is a foreign hand involved.
And Rajat, I want to critically ask you.
US lawmakers have no business to interfere in the administration of justice in India. And thankfully, we have such a robust criminal justice system that these utterances don't matter to us.
My last question to you, Rajat. We've seen the 8-minute video of Sharjeel Imam in the Supreme Court where he's talking about every issue. The CAA was therefore just a catalyst that was used in this case as one of the issues. Even when the sticks were seen, the bombs, the petrol bombs were seen, the acid attacks were seen. What was your sense when you saw people coming out with sticks in Chandbagh and in other areas? Very clearly, the evidence with you, I'm just asking you to draw the attention of our viewers to the kind of evidence you laid your eyes on.
All of that is part of the record before the trial court. In fact, we are grateful to Honorable Supreme Court that now they have directed the Honorable Trial Court to actually lay down a roadmap so that there is no delay in trial. The prosecution is interested in completing the trial within whatever time is required, expeditiously. So now the focus would be on trial, and focus would be as to how all the protected witness, as per the direction of the Supreme Court, are examined as expeditiously as possible.
All right, Rajat Nair, the special public prosecutor leading the fight for the government in this case. I've been seeing you for the last many years. A big congratulations to you, because terrorists and anti-nationals like Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam have only one place, and that is in prison before punishment is accorded to them in this case. Thank you, Rajat Nair, for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Short snippet of the lawyer who's been the courtroom warrior for the government in the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court of India in this case. The Additional Solicitor General, former Additional Solicitor General of India, Senior Advocate Mr. SV Raju, in an exclusive conversation with our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
5, 4, 3. S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
ऑटो ट्रैकिंग,
PT driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन
Video tracking.
पतन प्रमोचन मंच से
15
अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर
First
जारी
stage
कर चुका है।
performance normal.
there's a magnificent
2, 1.
यार प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
These are not media trials. These are strong campaign-based issues. Journalism which has brought the truth out. The only thing that sustains is public interest. Public interest is national interest. What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? And how many jobs does it take away?
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
Tukre Yankee conspirators will continue to stay in jail. SC rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observations, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks to Republic. Former ASG Adv Raju speaks about how and Sharjeel should be hanged.
And after this, they wanted to make me happy, basically. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India does not stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make him happy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. The government of Bangladesh has directed all broadcasts and telecasts of Indian Premier League or the IPL to be suspended in Bangladesh. Himanshu from the digital newsroom. Himanshu, this is a big news update that is coming to the fore, and this time Bangladesh has come up and they have said that IPL will be banned across all broadcasting mediums. Give us more details on this.
Extremely, this was unexpected lines after BCCI banned Mustafizur once KKR bought them. So once BCCI stepped in, this was coming from Bangladesh. Probably the Bangladesh Cricket Board is trying to punch much above their weight. India is not going to lose anything if Bangladesh basically suspends the broadcast right, but in return they are going to lose a lot. It's Bangladesh that's going to hurt. They are trying to punch above their weight. As of now, it's like showing they're showing eyes to India. This probably is a suicidal move, you can say.
Well, absolutely, Himanshu. In fact, this comes after, there were back-to-back attacks on Hindu in Bangladesh. All right, we have a breaking news that we are getting in. Well, these are the visuals that are coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That is UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath meeting Prime Minister Modi at his residence and getting from 7 LKM. These are the first and exclusive pictures only on Republic where we're showing Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi today at his residence at 7 LKM. This is amid speculations of cabinet expansion and organizational changes in the state. Now, the meeting, as per the reports that are coming in, is likely to discuss the political situation in Uttar Pradesh, developmental projects and the coordination between the centre and the state government. Of course, Yogi Adityanath's meeting with PM Modi is considered extremely significant given the upcoming elections and the BJP's efforts to strengthen its position in the state. He's also expected to meet BJP Chief JP Nadda. All right, I'm being joined by Raghavendra on the phone line, my colleague. Raghavendra, tell us more about this particular meet. We are showing our viewers these pictures that are coming in from 7 LKM where Yogi Adityanath has met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Tell us more about the significance of this meet, Raghavendra. Raghavendra, if you can hear me, these are the visuals that we are putting live. We are getting these pictures from 7 LKM. That is UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This meeting is extremely significant. In fact, he's also set to discuss issues related to cabinet expansion and assembly elections. Raghavendra, if you can hear me, if you could tell our viewers more about the significance of this particular meet.
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण ये मुलाकात है क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ आज सुबह ही दिल्ली पहुंचे हैं और दिन भर वो कई और मुलाकातें करेंगे, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री से मिलना बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि अब जो संगठनात्मक जो बदलाव था वो लगभग हो गया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय कार्यवाहक अध्यक्ष मिल चुका है, उत्तर प्रदेश में फुल टाइम प्रदेश अध्यक्ष मिल चुका है। ऐसे में अब जो यहाँ पर उत्तर प्रदेश में जो अब बड़ा काम करना है वह मंत्रिमंडल विस्तार में है। चूंकि 2027 में विधानसभा का चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में और 1 साल का कम समय बचा है, यानी कि जनवरी में नोटिफिकेशन जारी होगा 27 में। ऐसे में समय बहुत कम है और लास्ट मंत्रिमंडल का फेरबदल होना है और इस मंत्रिमंडल में पूरी तरह से एक प्रकार से यह कहा जा सकता है कि चुनावी मंत्रिमंडल होगा। एक विषय पर ध्यान रखना होगा, जातिवाद समीकरण, धर्म का समीकरण, क्षेत्र का समीकरण और जीतने का समीकरण, यह सब भी रखना होगा। और इसको देखते हुए मंत्रिमंडल का एक कहीं न कहीं जो थोड़ा सा फेरबदल होना है, 8 से 10 मंत्री रिप्लेस किए जा सकते हैं या नए को मौका मिल सकता है, इन तमाम चीज़ों पर भी डिस्कस होगी, बातचीत होगी। कल मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ राज्यपाल महोदया से मुलाकात कर चुके हैं लखनऊ में और गवर्नर राज्यपाल से मुलाकात करने के बाद आज दिल्ली में है। दिल्ली में वो कार्यवाहक भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रदेश जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनसे भी कहीं न कहीं मार्गदर्शन लेंगे और साथ ही तमाम और वरिष्ठ लोगों से बात होगी। प्रधानमंत्री से यह जो मुलाकात है वो काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है उत्तर प्रदेश के भविष्य के लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश मंत्रिमंडल विस्तार के लिए, तमाम योजनाओं के लिए, आगामी जो इनके अभियान हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश में जो विकास चल रहे हैं इस पर भी कहीं न कहीं बातचीत होगी। तो जो डबल इंजन की बात होती है वो कहीं न कहीं योगी और मोदी सरकार के लिए बोला जाता है। ऐसे में मुख्यमंत्री आज प्रधानमंत्री से मिल रहे हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए कई सौगात भी लाएंगे और बहुत सारी योजनाओं के लिए वो हामी भरवा कर भी लाएंगे। जी,
इनफैक्ट ये भी पता चल रहा है कि योगी आदित्यनाथ जी जेपी नड्डा से भी मिलेंगे और ये मीटिंग जो होने वाला है इस पे भी हमें थोड़ी जानकारी दीजिए। स्पेशली इस पे ये जो मीटिंग हो रहा है ये फिलहाल कैबिनेट एक्सपेंशन के ऊपर है, तो ये अभी जो मीटिंग होने वाला है करीबन 3:30 बजे जेपी नड्डा जी के साथ, उस पे भी हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ी जानकारी दीजिए।
बिल्कुल, और यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण संगठनात्मक ये जो बैठक है, चूंकि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ अभी जो ये जेपी नड्डा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, चूंकि कार्यवाहक तौर पे नवीन जी को बनाया गया है, लेकिन अभी जेपी नड्डा पूरी तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वो देख रहे हैं, संगठन के कार्यों को देख रहे हैं। ऐसे में महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय, चूँकि संगठन में बड़ी जो जिम्मेदारी है प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के बाद किसको उपाध्यक्ष बनाना है, किसको महामंत्री बनाना जाना है और जो जगह खाली हुई है उस पर किस तरह का निर्णय लेना है और संगठन का आगामी बड़ा अभियान क्या होगा। यानी उत्तर प्रदेश अगर विधानसभा चुनावों की तैयारी में जाएगा तो कौन सी बिंदु होंगे, कौन से समीकरण होंगे, इन तमाम चीज़ों पर भी कहीं न कहीं मार्गदर्शन योगी आदित्यनाथ लेंगे। चूँकि राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, उनको सब पता होता है कि किस प्रदेश में क्या चल रहा है, किस अभियान पर फोकस करना है, आगामी किन विषयों को ज़्यादा उठाना है। तो ऐसे कहीं न कहीं सभी नेताओं से जब बैठक होती है तो मुख्यमंत्री हर चीज़ को समझ के, यानी शीर्ष नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो शीर्ष नेतृत्व है उसमें जो जेपी नड्डा का जो स्थान है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है, तो उनका जो मार्गदर्शन लेंगे, साथ में और भी तमाम लोगों को जो मार्गदर्शन लेंगे उसके अनुसार ही आएंगे। तो यहाँ पर भी बैठक है, चूंकि यहाँ पर भी कैबिनेट की बैठक है, कल होनी है, उस बैठक में भी भाग लेंगे। तो कहीं न कहीं ये दौरा मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
जी बिल्कुल राघवेंद्र, शुक्रिया हमें ये जानकारी देने के लिए। Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to another breaking news that we are getting in. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a hospital in Mumbai that has reported a bomb threat. The hospital received a threatening email that said there is a bomb in Mumbai's Tata Hospital. The Tata Memorial Hospital received a threatening mail this morning stated that there is a bomb. The police and the bomb disposal squad immediately arrived at the scene after the hospital received the threat via mail. After a thorough search, no explosive were found and no suspicious objects were discovered either. That's the Mumbai's Tata Memorial Hospital that received a bomb threat email prompting a swift response from the police and the bomb squad. The bomb detection and the bomb disposal squad that reached the site immediately. A thorough search revealed no explosives, confirming that the bomb threat was in fact a hoax. Now, this incident follows a similar threat to Nair Hospital, which had also declared a bomb threat hoax just a few days back. The police are now investigating to trace the sender's IP address. Now, over 60 establishments in Mumbai, including hospitals and colleges, have received such threats recently, with most of them being declared as hoaxes. Now, the authorities are taking these threats very seriously, given the recent security alerts in the city. All right, joining me live is Satya Prakash, my colleague from Mumbai. Satya Prakash, this is yet another incident of a hospital receiving a bomb threat. This time, this is the Tata Hospital in Mumbai that has received a bomb threat. As per the reports that are coming in, we are getting to know that this was in fact a hoax email. Tell us more about this.
देखिए, टाटा हॉस्पिटल को एक धमकी भरा मेल आया था। मेल में कहा गया था कि टाटा हॉस्पिटल को उड़ा दिया जाएगा बम से। इसके बाद कहीं कहीं तुरंत पुलिस को सूचना दिया गया, पुलिस की टीम पहुंची, बम स्क्वाड की टीम पहुंची और जो स्टाफ थे उनको बाहर किया गया। लेकिन पूरा हॉस्पिटल को जांच किया गया, बम स्क्वाड की टीम पूरा हॉस्पिटल को जांच किया, लेकिन कोई भी संदिग्ध चीजें नहीं मिला है। जो है ये हॉक्स कॉल आया है, जो जानकारी पुलिस द्वारा मिला है, और पुलिस की टीम का कहना है कि हमने पूरा हॉस्पिटल को पूरा सर्च किया, लेकिन कोई भी ऐसी चीजें नहीं मिला जो मेल के जरिए कहा गया था कि बम रखा गया है, बम से उड़ा दिया जाएगा टाटा हॉस्पिटल को। फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस की टीम ये जांच कर रही है कि जो मेल आया है कहां से आया, इसकी जानकारी इकट्ठा कर रही है, साथ ही इस मामले को लेकर जांच शुरू कर दिया है।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य प्रकाश, इनफैक्ट ये भी मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ, ये पहली दफा नहीं हुआ है कि एक हॉस्पिटल को इस तरीके से एक बॉम्ब थ्रेट मिला है। इसके पहले भी करीबन 60 ऐसे एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स और थे, हॉस्पिटल्स और कॉलेजेस मिला के, जिनमें ऐसे बॉम्ब थ्रेट्स पाए गए थे। एक तरफ ये बॉम्ब थ्रेट्स हमें पता चल रहा है कि एक होक्स है, लेकिन क्या सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज इस चीज़ पे गौर कर रही है कि एक साथ इतने ज्यादा थ्रेट्स क्यों आ रहे हैं एक के बाद एक? सत्य प्रकाश,
देखिए, कुछ दिन पहले ही बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट, इसके अलावा जो बांद्रा कोर्ट, अंधेरी कोर्ट को उड़ाने के भी धमकी भरा मेल आया था, जिसके बाद वहां पर भी सर्च ऑपरेशन किया गया था, बम स्क्वाड टीम गई थी और पूरा जो है कोर्ट को सर्च किया गया था, लेकिन कुछ भी संदिग्ध चीजें नहीं मिली थी। उस समय भी लगातार जो मेल के जरिए जो भेजा जा रहा धमकी भरा, कहीं मुंबई पुलिस के लिए परेशानी का बना हुआ है, क्योंकि लगातार इस तरह से हफ्ते 2 हफ्ते में ऐसे मेल आ रहे हैं जो धमकी भरे मेल आ रहे हैं। उसके बाद जब सर्च किया जाता है, संदिग्ध चीजें कुछ भी नहीं मिलती, बम स्क्वाड की टीम पहुंचती, पूरा सर्च किया जाता है, लेकिन कुछ भी नहीं। लेकिन फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस का कहना है कि हम इस मामले को लेकर जांच कर रहे हैं, लगातार जांच किया जा रहा है। जो मेल भेजने वाला है उसको पता लगाया जा रहा है कि जो हॉक्स कॉल भेजा है, जो मेल किया है, आखिर कौन है।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य प्रकाश, शुक्रिया हमें ये जानकारी देने के लिए। Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be tracking that story as well. Now, shifting our focus to another breaking news that we are getting. Kavita broke down today in the Telangana Legislative Council, asserting that her fight is driven by self-respect and not wealth. She emphasized her commitment to her cause, swearing by her faith and her 2 sons. Kavita has accused the Congress party of spreading false narratives about her rift with the BRS, highlighting her dedication to standing up for herself. This emotional outburst comes amid her ongoing conflict with the BRS, particularly with party leaders like T. Harish Rao, whom she has accused of corruption. Well, those are the visuals that are coming in. K. Kavita was seen breaking down in tears in court today amidst the ongoing money laundering case as well related to the Delhi liquor policy. Now, this is also coming against the backdrop of the recent rift with the BRS. This emotional outburst comes amid her ongoing conflict with the party, with party leaders like T. Harish Rao, whom she had accused of corruption earlier. Now, she, in fact, breaking down in the Telangana Legislative Council, she asserted that her fight is driven by self-respect and self-worth and not by wealth. She, in fact, also emphasized that her commitment to her cause is sworn in by her faith and her two sons. Kavita has accused Congress party, there, ladies and gentlemen, of spreading false narratives about her amid the rift with the BRS, highlighting her dedication to standing up for herself. Now, this outburst comes amid her ongoing conflict with the BRS, especially with party leaders like T. Harish Rao, whom she had accused of corruption earlier. Those are the visuals coming in of K. Kavita breaking down, where she has announced a new party while she was breaking down and has also accused Congress. All right, I'm being joined by my colleague Aishwarya from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, this is another breaking update that we're getting in where we can see K. Kavita breaking down, and she has in fact accused Congress of, constantly spreading false narratives about her ongoing rift with the BRS. Give us more details on this, please.
During the winter assembly of Telangana here, the MLC Kavita was seen giving a speech at the Legislative Assembly here, Legislative Council, and while speaking about her whatever she has done as the MLC for Telangana here, she broke down, remembering how she was ousted from the party and she was kept away from her own father and her brother, who did not behave well with her and who did not acknowledge her contributions, but while she was questioning, they tried to put her down, and then finally when she was trying to talk for the party, when she was going against few decisions that is made by the party, for example like the party turning to a national party from TRS to BRS, she was saying that she tried to vocalize her disregard to it. She was vocalizing her opposition to it, but then she was not heard of, and that is the reason they had suspended her from the party, after which she moved out, and today she was seen breaking down in the assembly, remembering all of that, and she was also blaming the Congress for widening the dispute between her and her party, her and her father as well. And now she was also seen after her speech, she said that this would be her last speech as an MLC, and then she resigned, which she earlier also resigned immediately after the suspension, and today she openly told the speaker that this would be her last speech as the MLC. As the MLC. Back to you.
Right. Right, Aishwarya. In fact, thank you for getting us those updates. We, in fact, will be playing the reaction of K. Kavita that very moment when she broke down. I would request you, Aishwarya, to translate it for our viewers and narrate exactly what she says there. If we could play the bite.
ఒక మహిళగా నాకు ఇద్దరు కొడుకులు ఉన్నారు అధ్యక్ష, వాళ్ళిద్దరి మీద ప్రమాణం చేసి చెప్తా ఉన్నాను, నాది ఆస్తుల పంచాయతీ కాదు అధ్యక్ష, నాది ఆత్మగౌరవం పంచాయతీ. నేను ఏ విషయమైనా, ఉద్యమకారుల విషయమైనా, బీసీల విషయమైనా, మహిళల విషయమైనా ఏదైనా నిలదీసి అడిగిన అధ్యక్ష, రేపు కూడా అడుగుతా అధ్యక్ష. అందులో ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో
dedication to the Telangana government, she has not done anything wrong, and she has not done anything wrong, and she only stood for the party and for the welfare of the party.
All right, thank you, Aishwarya, for giving us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to another breaking news that is coming in, and this one's from Kerala. Now, after the Indore water tragedy, viewers, residents in Chelanam, Kochi have staged a protest on Monday as they got polluted drinking water through their taps. The residents allege that they have been facing this issue for long, and that the requests are falling on deaf ears of the Kerala Water Authority, or the KWA. Now, the body that supplies drinking water, they have alleged that there is inaction on their end. The protesters dispersed after KWA officials reached the spot and promised action soon enough. This is a spate of incidents that is coming in there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, joining me live is Shankar, my colleague live from Kerala. Shankar, this is yet another incident of polluted water in a state. We started with Indore, then we saw the same in Gandhinagar. Then this morning, we broke the news of Bangalore water pollution, and now it is Kerala that is reporting the water pollution in their Thiruvananthapuram as well. Now, what are the ground details that you're picking up on this case? Shankar.
The quality of water which is being supplied by the Kerala Water Authority has been a concern for the last couple of years. Like in 2023, there was a report like some people took collected water from the taps owned by Kerala Water Authority and tested it at some private laboratories and even the laboratories which are owned by the Kerala Water Authority. But the results were shocking. Like over 80% of the water which is being supplied by Kerala Water Authority in the state is polluted with the presence of coliform bacteria and E. coli, and the other contents like nitrate, sulfide, iron, and all the other contents were also alarmingly high in the samples collected. Now, the issue in Chellanama, which is being faced by the people, has escalated for the last couple of days. The residents complain that some children and even adults face some sort of health issues like diarrhea, vomiting, and other health problems for the last couple of days, and they registered a number of complaints to the concerned authorities. However, they were not even willing to visit the area and to find out the exact cause of the issue. And in the morning, they all came out to the road and started protesting, carrying some utensils. And in the protest, some local MLAs or Panchayat president and ward members reached the spot and the police even disposed them after promising of some action in the coming days. However, they said they will wait for one or 2 days to see what action the water authority is going to take, and if proper action is not taken, then they will intensify their agitations in the coming days. Like the residents allege that the water pipes that supply water in the locality were led some 30 or 40 years back, and there were leaks in those pipes. So during high tides, muddy water from the nearby lakes and some sea portions seeps to the pipes, and the water gets muddy discolored and even saline during high tide times. And the residents requested the water authority to replace all these pipes on war footing. However, the water authority even could not even trace where the exact spots where the leaks occurred, and they conducted some inspection some months back to find out the leaks. But even the water authority officials could not trace the leaks, and the residents, after failing to find a solution in all the ways, they came out from their houses carrying utensils and started protesting. Now the ward member said he sent a report to the water authority suggesting of the places where the leaks occurred.
Yes. Thank you, Shankar, for getting us these details. We'll, of course, be tracking this story very, very closely. Shifting our focus there, viewers. Now, fresh violence has erupted once again in Manipur. Suspected Kuki militants carried out a bomb attack on a Methi village in Bishnupur district. The attack has reportedly injured civilians as well. Now, this comes even as the centre has extended the inquiry into the ethnic violence gripping the state. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Fresh explosions rocked parts of Manipur early Monday morning. Suspected Kuki militants allegedly hurled multiple improvised explosive devices into a Methi village in Bishnupur district, triggering panic and chaos among residents. The attack took place at an Aganukon village, barely 300 to 500 meters from a Central Reserve Police Force camp. At least 2 villagers, including a woman, were injured after bomb splinters struck them. One house was gutted after being directly hit by an explosive device. Following the blasts, the area was sealed off. Security forces launched combing and search operations. This is not an isolated incident. Just over 2 weeks ago, open firing was reported at Phogakcho village in the same district, prompting security tightening across vulnerable pockets in Bishnupur. The latest attack comes in the backdrop of Manipur's ethnic conflict between Meitei and Kuki groups. The violence in 2023 was triggered after Kuki Zo tribals living in the hill districts protested over a High Court recommendation for granting scheduled tribe status to the Meitei community members. Amid continuing unrest, the Union Home Ministry recently granted a 4th extension to the high-level inquiry panel probing the violence. Manipur is currently under President's rule, which was imposed on 13th of February last year after the then Chief Minister N. Biren Singh resigned.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But on the other side, Donald Trump continues to threaten India and says that if India continues to buy oil, Russian oil, he will raise the tariff. He says it is necessary to make him happy. We have this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
S200 motors.
Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. More on this on the other side. Republic stays live and breaking.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, राजा आर्ट मसाला.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tukre Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observations, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks to Republic. Former ASG Adv Raju speaks about how Tukre Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riot, says gang wanted regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो वो योग्य नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हमें 5 लाख लोग
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel should be hanged.
And after this, they wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make me happy. All right, viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment, and it's on your television screen. It's a visual of IED blast in Bijapur. Now, villager from Korcholi seriously injured in a pressure IED blast planted by Maoists in Bijapur. And these are the exclusive visuals on your television screen. Now, on January 5, 2026, Ram Potom, who's son of late Lachu Potom, aged 15 years, a resident of Korcholi, Nadipara village, had gone towards the Lendra Korcholi forest area in the morning, and during this time, he was caught in a pressure IED blast. So these are the exclusive visuals of that location of the blast. This is the IED blast in Bijapur, and one person was caught in a pressure IED blast planted earlier by Maoists, resulting in serious injuries to his leg. So big development on your screens, this story, as you can see. It's an IED blast in Bijapur case, as you can see on your television screen. A big breaking news on your television screen. Now, villager from Korcholi seriously injured in a pressure IED blast, which was planted by Maoists in Bijapur. Now, Ram Potom, who's son of late Lachu Potom, aged 15 years, who was a resident of Korcholi Nadipara village, had gone towards the Lendra Korcholi forest area in the morning. Now, during this time, he was caught in the blast. He was caught in the pressure IED blast, which was planted earlier by the Maoists, resulting in serious injuries to his leg. So, a 15-year-old resident of Korcholi Nadipara village got injured in the IED blast. It was a pressure IED blast which was planted earlier by Maoists. Now, this has resulted in serious injuries to his leg. Now, these are the exclusive visuals, as you can see on your television screen. As you can see, the visuals of the blast that took place. Now, this is from Korcholi, the villager from Korcholi who was seriously injured in a pressure IED blast which was planted by Maoists. See, these are the visuals, as you can see. The blast took place and it was planted. The IED which was placed there, it was planted by the Maoists in Bijapur. Exclusive visuals From Republic on your television screens, Ram Potam, who was son of late Lachu Potam, is the one who got injured. He's 15 years old and he is a resident of Korcholi Nadipara village. Now he went to the Lendra Korcholi forest area during morning time, and during this time he was caught in a pressure IED blast. Now this IED was planted by the Maoists. Now this has resulted in serious injuries to that boy. As you can see, it's a big blast that took place in Bijapur. The IED blast exclusive visuals are on your television screen. Now villager from Korcholi got seriously injured in this blast. Now a 15-year-old got injured. Ram Potam, who is son of a late Lachu Potam, Ram Potam got injured in this blast. He is a resident of Korcholi Nadipara village. He had gone towards the Lendra Korcholi forest area in the morning. Now during this time he was caught in this blast. It is a pressure IED blast in Bijapur, as you can see on your television screens. Exclusive visuals of IED blast you can see on your television screens. Exclusive visuals on Republic TV. A 15-year-old has sustained injuries, severe leg injuries, Monday morning after stepping on a pressure-activated improvised explosive device allegedly planted by Maoists. All right, for more details, we are being joined by Bharat from Bijapur. Bharat, what are the exclusive details? As we can see from the visuals, a boy got injured too in this blast. What are more details in this story? Bharat.
देखिए बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस इलाके पे आईडी लगाया गया था वो पूरा एक तरीके से जंगल का इलाका कहा जाता है। ऐसे में आदिवासी बहुल क्षेत्र है, आदिवासियों का इलाका कहा जाता है। बस्तर पूरी तरीके से आदिवासी बहुल क्षेत्र कहा जाता है। ऐसे में जो लोग होते हैं ग्रामीण अंचल पे वो निकलते हैं, जब भी उस इलाके पे निकलते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आईडी माओवादियों के द्वारा लगाया जाता है जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचाने, उसके जद में आ जाते हैं। तो ऐसे ही है कि जो बुजुर्ग महिला है वो जद में आ गई उसकी, और जद में आने से पूरी तरीके से घायल हो गई। ऐसे में जिनका बेहतर उपचार के लिए उन्हें जिला चिकित्सालय बीजापुर लाया गया है, जहां पे उनका उपचार जारी है। लेकिन अब सवाल ये है कि जिनके लिए माओवादी जिस तरीके से हथकंडे अपना रहे हैं, आईडी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए, लेकिन उस पे कहीं ना कहीं जवान ना आकर एक महिला जो सिविलियंस हैं वो उस पे चपेट में आ गए हैं। ऐसे में ये पहली घटना नहीं है। ऐसे में सतर्कता बरतना बेहद जरूरी हो गई है। ऐसे में जवानों को निशाना बना रहे हैं तो उसमें जो ग्रामीण है, सिविलियंस हैं, वो निशाना बनते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि जवान अब पूरी तरीके से खात्मे की ओर नजर आ रहे हैं, नक्सलवाद के खात्मे की ओर। जिस तरीके से सुरक्षा बल के जवान जो ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से सफलता मिल रही है जवानों को, कहीं ना कहीं से माओवादी जो है पूरी तरीके से बौखला गए हैं। इसी वजह से आईडी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं ताकि जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचा पाए, और इसमें जो आदिवासी होते हैं, आम जो लोग होते हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं चपेट में आते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आज आपने देखा कि आज सुबह की बात है, एक बुजुर्ग जो महिला है उस इलाके से गुजर रही थी, जो आईडी के जद में आ गई, और पूरी तरीके से आईडी ब्लास्ट होता है। ब्लास्ट होते ही उनके हालत जो है,
उसको बहुत ज्यादा चोट लगी है, उसको पैर में सिवियर इंजरीज हुई हैं, उसके बारे में भी थोड़ा साझा करिए, और फिर कैसे क्विक रिएक्शन हुआ सीआरपीएफ की बटालियन के द्वारा वो भी थोड़ा बताइएगा।
निश्चित तौर पे आपने देखा कि किस तरीके से जो बच्चे हैं वो आईडी के शिकार हुए हैं। इससे पहले अगर हम देखेंगे, अगर रिपोर्ट कंगालेंगे, आंकड़े के तर्ज पर बात करेंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो पहले जितनी भी आईडी इस्तेमाल हुई थी, उसूर के इलाके पे एक बार आईडी इस्तेमाल हुआ, तो उस इलाके पे जो बुजुर्ग महिला है जो टोरा मोआ के लिए मिलने गई थी, वो उसके शिकार में आई थी। लेकिन आज जिस तरीके से जो बच्चा आईडी के जद में आ जा रहा है, वो भी बेहद कम उम्र का बच्चा, तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं बहुत से प्रश्न उठते नजर आते हैं। और इसको लेकर लगातार जो पुलिस अधीक्षक है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस नोट जारी किया। उस प्रेस नोट पे उल्लेखित भी किया है कि अगर किसी भी तरीके से चीजें आपको संदिग्ध लगती है, किसी भी तरीके से चीजें आपको लगता है कि वाकई वो इक्विपमेंट्स माओवादियों के द्वारा लगाया गया है, आपके नॉलेज में होता है, आपको लगता है कि किस तरीके से गतिविधियां वहां पे होते हुए नजर आ रही है, इससे नुकसान हो सकता है, तो इसकी जो नजदीकी जो सूचना है वो पुलिस थाने पे दी जाए, ताकि स्थानीय स्तर पे जो पुलिस होते हैं वो विवेचना करके उसको डिस्ट्रॉय करेगी, ताकि किसी भी तरीके से किसी इंसान को क्षति ना पहुंचे। तो पूरी तरीके से सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम आम जन।
Thanks a lot, Bharat, for this information. We are moving to another big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment, and this is from Manipur. Now, violence has erupted once again in Manipur, and suspected Kuki militants carried out a bomb attack on a Meitei village in Bishnupur district, now injuring civilians. This comes even as the centre has extended the inquiry into the ethnic violence gripping the state. Here's a detailed report on that.
Fresh explosions rocked parts of Manipur early Monday morning. Suspected Kuki militants allegedly hurled multiple improvised explosive devices into a Meitei village in Bishnupur district, triggering panic and chaos among residents. The attack took place at a Naganukon village, barely 300 to 500 meters from a Central Reserve Police Force camp. At least 2 villagers, including a woman, were injured after bomb splinters struck them. One house was gutted after being directly hit by an explosive device. Following the blasts, the area was sealed off. Security forces launched combing and search operations. This is not an isolated incident. Just over 2 weeks ago, open firing was reported at Phogakcho village in the same district, prompting security tightening across vulnerable pockets in Bishnupur. The latest attack comes in the backdrop of Manipur's ethnic conflict between Meitei and Kuki groups. The violence in 2023 was triggered after Kuki Zo tribals living in the hill districts protested over a High Court recommendation for granting scheduled tribe status to the Meitei community members. Amid continuing unrest, the Union Home Ministry recently granted a 4th extension to the high-level inquiry panel probing the violence. Manipur is currently under President's rule, which was imposed on 13th of February last year after the then Chief Minister N. Biren Singh resigned.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in from Manipur. Now, fresh violence in Manipur. 2 people have been injured and more details coming in. We have a big breaking news on the blasts that have occurred in Manipur's Bishnupur district at an abandoned house in Saitao, Naganukon area under Phogakcho police station, with security forces launching a search operation to ensure no more explosives are present at that location. Now, for more details, we are being joined by Johnson. Johnson, can you give us the exact details of the location and the intensity of the blast and how many people have been injured after the blast? Johnson, over to you.
Okay, yes, Shivam. Today, this is a very tragic incident. Today, early morning at around 5:40, the first blast, which is reported to be IED, and it is also reported that the IED was already implanted in the same house, which was abandoned from the 3rd May of 2023, where the first blast took place. And just after that, the 3 more, improvised mortar cells have also been bombarded by suspected armed Kuki militants from the hill areas. And in that incident, 2 civilians, 2 public got injured, 1 male and 1 female. Those injured are identified as Nongthumam Indubala Devi and Swavam Sanat Thomas Singh. And the house where which has been bombarded, today early morning is identified as one money. So this is the very major breaking happening in Bishnupur districts, Saiton area, Nganukon village. And also today, after this incident, security forces have already arrived at the spot, and the villagers are not allowed to enter from this Nganukon area because the forensic team have already entered the bombarded area, and the forensic study is still going on process. And also from local public, I have also got the information that there are still some more unspotted bombs inside the villages, and also the security personnel and the public are still intense in this area, as there are reports of some unexploded bombs. And today the most shocking incident is that this Nganukon village is just few meters, about 400 to 500 meters from the...
All right. Johnson, definitely this is a big breaking development. Now, we are giving you the exclusive visuals of that location. Now, see, these are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen. There were 2 explosions that took place and 2 injured in blasts in Manipur's Bishnupur district. Johnson, over to you for more details.
This is the same place where just few meters from here, the place that incident took place, and those injured are now hospitalized for further treatments. And also in this current area, district administration officials, district police, superintendent of police, and including the inspector generals of CRPF and BSF have also have already arrived, and they have already inspected, and they have already gone through what are the what are the incidents that have occurred, and also they are trying their best not to happen such incidents further. And the people of this area are demanding swift action from the police department, and also they are questioning that who will be the authority and who will be responsible for this act, and how long will this act be tolerated by this public.
All right, Johnson, definitely there's a huge deployment.
Yeah, there's
Johnson,
a very
there's a huge deployment in that region.
Yeah, there's a very huge deployment in the same spot.
Johnson, there have
As
been
you can
around
see on the
27
background
bombs which have been neutralized in Manipur since January 2nd. What are the details? Was it part of that operation by the army or the security forces?
There was also a part of the there was also a part of the operation conducted by the central.
All right, viewers, we are giving you the exclusive pictures. These are pictures from Bishnupur, Manipur, where a blast took place. Now, 2 people were injured in Manipur's Bishnupur district. Now, these 2 persons were injured in 2 consecutive explosions in Manipur's Bishnupur district on Monday, that is January 5, 2026. Today morning, as per the police, the first explosion suspected to have been caused by an IED, that is improvised explosive device. It occurred around 5:45 a.m. at an abandoned house in Nagaon in Pogakchao police station area. The house has remained abandoned since ethnic violence broke out in the state in May 2023, with its owner and his family currently living in a relief camp. Johnson, if you are there with me, can you share more details about this incident, about the blast?
I'm still here, and there is a very, there is a poor connectivity, or there is a poor network connectivity here, and also yes, I've already shared you the visuals also, and I'm showing the background, and there is still full tents in this same location, same area, and the public are demanding, more demanding about the swift action of this government, of this district police, and also the public, they are not allowed to enter. They are blocked by the security forces. They are blocked by the security forces at this Nganukon junction area.
All right, but that's definitely for the safety of the public, because if there are other ID blasts, it might damage the property, and it will be detrimental for the lives of the people. There has been continuous operations, Johnson. If you can give some insight on that.
Yeah, there has been after 2 weeks back, there has been open firing at Pogakchao area. That also falls under the same district, Bishnupur district. Following that incident, the security forces, conducted a mass operation in all the suspected areas. They have recovered, many explosive IEDs, and also they have even disposed there also. And today itself, just after the 2 weeks. The first IED, there was already reported to be implanted at that abandoned house, exploded, and then the 3 more mortars, 3 more Pompi bombs, they were fired by the Kuki militants. In that case, yes, suspected. In that case, 2 got injured.
All right, Johnson, thanks a lot for the details on this developing story. Now, these are the reports as we are giving the exclusive visuals from Bishnupur, Manipur. An explosion took place at 2 locations. In one place, it was an abandoned house. 2 explosions took place. People got injured. There's heavy police and security forces deployment at the location, and people are not being allowed to enter the village for their own safety. And these are among many reports of bombs being found. Well, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Colonel Anurag Shukla reveals how the US bypassed Venezuela's S-300 missile system during the operation. Colonel Anurag Shukla explains why Venezuela's S-300 air defense systems did not respond during the recent US military operation on Venezuelan soil, pointing out the S-300's dependence on line-of-sight radar systems and Venezuela's mountainous terrain that creates natural blind zones that can be exploited by low-flying aircraft and helicopters. Now, Colonel Shukla also cites factors such as US air superiority and Venezuela's overall military preparedness, force strength and readiness for such high-intensity operations. Have a look.
Hi. Yesterday we saw a very bold American attack in the Venezuela soil. though it was not a surprise attack for us, but definitely they have been giving a early warning since last 2 weeks. At least we knew that their Delta forces were acting and preparing in the remote background, which has news has already come. But the bold exercise and bold operation which took place yesterday, day before yesterday, it was a real shocker for the world, where the one major military just went inside a sovereign independent country. They broke the walls of the president, and they took the president and his wife and took away for their various political reasons. It is very, very, very bold decision, and as far as the military is concerned, it was one of the case study, I must say, for the all over the military in the world. This kind of operation, which was successfully concluded and very precisely concluded in the modern era. I want to indicate few loopholes which the Venezuela army or air defense system has. They have got a S-300. Around 10 batteries were given to them by the Russian forces, and it is deployed in their terrain at various locations. But it was very surprising to hear that none of them fired anything. What are the possible reason, and what is the potential reason why they did not reacted? Let me tell you how what is the composition of the S-300. They have got two radars which they name as 64N6E, and the second radar is 96L6E. They both are the pulse radar, active radars. They send the pulses away, and when the pulses are returned back, accordingly they are able to identify the flying object. Then they have got a 4 to 8 launchers, and they have got 16 to 32 mixture of missiles. I'll just go through the small stint. They got a 4 missiles, different type of missiles. That is called SA-12 Alpha, that is a Gladiator, which has got a range of 150 kilometer. SA-12 Bravo Giant, that is 100 kilometer. Then they have got a NM96E, which has got a 120 kilometer range, and then one of the big largest ranges missile, which is called 48N6E2, which has got a range of approximately 200 kilometer. Now, how the deployment of this S-300 is challenging in the Venezuela, which can be seen from the geographical mountainous terrain in the Venezuela, which has got a high mountain and depressions in the region. When the radars are to be active, they are working in the line of sight. So line of sight, when mountain is masking major regions, when the US was able to operate their flying object like aircraft and helicopter, they were able to mask themselves behind the mountain, and once they came closer to the target, that is the presidential palace, they were able to come out all of a sudden, and that is the time it was too late for a S-300 to react. But at the same time, it is seen like all the air defense, none of the air defense actually fired, actually reacted. So what are the possible conditions? One thing, their radar were not able to detect the intruder aircraft. Second thing, there was a deliberate attempt not to detect, not to fire. Somehow deliberately all S-300 and subsequently air defense system were kept down for the various internal reason, maybe sabotage or may not be. The operation was also coordinated with a strong cyber attack on the communication system of the Venezuela, which may have led to the internal non-coordination of military, which were not able to react coordinately, and it became ineffectively. And the last point which I will say, deployment challenges. The deployment challenges of Su-300 is that they are totally based on line of sight, and if you are not getting the line of sight, they are not able to detect intruders, because the mountain mask and stop the pulses from going beyond a certain ranges. And also at this point, I would like to inform you that one of the best stealth technology US aircraft has got. They are able to absorb these radar signals, pulses, and they are able to deflect them. So they have got one of the world's best modern stealth technology, as you must have seen in the Rawalpindi, where this Pakistan, where they actually operated for killing that Osama bin Laden. So Venezuela forces actually are very small forces. They are not they stand globally 50th in the ranking of military, and they are not a strong military as far as equipment is concerned or as far as training is concerned. They are not in active war. They are not prepared for these kind of operations, and their strength is also very low. 1,15,000 is the active military person, and around 2,20,000 is the paramilitary forces they have got. So it was a operation where a very superior air superior forces acted on a not so great military. They were able to launch an operation. They were a diversity attack. The 7 places were attacked: air bases, land bases, seaport, communication system, and simultaneously another operation took place where Apache or Mi-17 helicopter went in. Around 9 of them went inside. They neutralized the military security cordon, and they were able to take away the president and his wife. So military wise it was a very clean operation, very stint, and a big good case study for the rest of the military, I must say. And politically a lot of things can be said, but military wise definitely it was a very clear air superiority, well coordinated operation. Lasted only for 30 minutes, followed by the 6 to 7 hour of diversity bombing. So I must say Su-300 may not be blamed for it. There are other political reasons. There may be sabotage. There may be internal agents sitting there who might not have asked them to attack, or there may be gruntled journalists who might have kept quiet for the reason best known to them. But yes, this operation is a very good, very well coordinated operation for the US forces.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, Tukre icons stay in jail because they have been denied bail by the Apex Court. Coming up next. Also, the government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks exclusively to Republic.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
These are not media trials. These are strong campaign-based issues. Journalism which has brought the truth out. The only thing that sustains is public interest. Public interest is national interest. What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? And how many jobs does it take away?
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds.
First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
There's a magnificent
2, 1.
Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. SC rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observations, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks exclusively to Republic. Former ASG Adv Raju speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says gang wanted a regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
The victim families question bail to other 5 accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel should be hanged.
They wanted to make me happy, basically. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy. And it was important to make me happy. They do trade. And we could raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make me happy. All right, viewers, there's a very big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment, and this is from Delhi. Street hooliganism in Delhi's Lakshmi Nagar area. Now, thugs stripped a young man naked and dragged him along the road, beating him brutally, as you can see from the visuals on your television screen. Exclusive visuals of a man being beaten. This is from Delhi. These are Delhi street wars. The man is being beaten brutally. The fearless criminals even dragged him in front of the police, who remained silent spectators. Now, Delhi police have registered a case against the accused, that is Vikas Yadav, Shubham Yadav, Omkar Yadav and Pintu Yadav. The victim, Rajesh Garg, had opened a gym at his house, and after that, and this which led to a dispute between them, police have registered a case, and these are the exclusive visuals as you can see on your television screen. A man being thrashed in the open near a police van. The man was being thrashed because he opened a gym. He opened a gym at this location. The confrontation sparked because of that very reason. That was a dispute after he allegedly opened a gym. Now, the police received a PCR call. Now, for more details, we are being joined by Sahil. Sahil, what are exactly the details in this story? A man being beaten in Delhi, and the gangs in Delhi seems to be unaffected. They are active and they don't fear the police, Sahil.
देखिए, जो पूरा इंसिडेंट है 2 तारीख का बताया जा रहा है। राजेश गर्ग के परिवार 2 तारीख का बताया जा रहा है। राजेश गर्ग के परिवार लक्ष्मी नगर में रहता है। बेसमेंट उन्होंने इन लड़कों को जिम चलाने के लिए रेंट पे दिया होता, लेकिन काफ़ी टाइम से ये जिम खाली करने की बात कर रहा था गर्ग परिवार, लेकिन वो लड़के जो थे जिम खाली नहीं कर रहे थे। इसीलिए वो 2 तारीख को आते हैं। पहले घर से राजेश गर्ग उनकी पत्नी को बाहर घसीटते हैं, जम की पिटाई करते हैं। फिर उसके बाद जो उसके बेटे हैं उनको रोड पे बुरी तरीके से पीटा जाता है, जिसका वीडियो जो है सोशल मीडिया पे वायरल हुआ है। हालांकि इस पूरे मामले में पुलिस ने एक आरोपी को गिरफ्तार किया है, लेकिन पुलिस की कार्रवाई पे जो है परिवार कई सवाल खड़े कर रहा है। उनका ये कहना है कि पुलिस शुरुआती तौर पे इस मामले में सख्त कार्रवाई करती तो ऐसी जो तस्वीर है वो देखने को नहीं मिलती। महिला का ये भी कहना है कि हम पहले शिकायत दे चुके हैं, लेकिन हमारी शिकायत पर दिल्ली पुलिस ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करी, और जिसका अंजाम जो है 2 तारीख को गर्ग परिवार को भुगतना पड़ा। और तस्वीरों को देखकर ऐसा लग रहा है कि जो लड़के जमकर पिटाई कर रहे हैं उनके जहन में पुलिस का बिल्कुल भी डर नहीं है, बेखौफ गुंडागर्दी कर रहे हैं और सड़क पे बेरहमी से राजेश गर्ग के जो बेटे हैं उनकी पिटाई कर रहे हैं। एक वीडियो में पुलिसकर्मी वहां पे पहुंचते हैं, पुलिस के सामने जो उनको मारने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पुलिस जो है उन आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार या उनको पकड़ने की बजाय जो है वहां पे खड़े होकर उन लड़कों से बातचीत करते हुए अंदर से आ रही है। तो ये बात कहीं ना कहीं कानून व्यवस्था पे कई सवाल खड़े होते हैं कि आखिरकार दिल्ली के लक्ष्मीनगर इलाके में बदमाशों के हौसले इतने बुलंद क्यों हैं? क्या बदमाशों के जहन में पुलिस का डर बिल्कुल खत्म हो चुका है, जो सरेआम दिन दिहाड़े जो एक परिवार की जमकर पिटाई करते हैं और कोई सुनवाई जो है वो अब तक नहीं होती है। आज 5 जनवरी है, एक आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी है।
All right, Sahil, thanks for the details in this case. As you can see, these are Delhi street wars, a man being beaten. Now, moving on to another big breaking news that we are getting right at this moment. And now this is from Bidar. Huge drama during a government meeting in Bidar was seen. Now, legislators nearly came to blows. A huge fight between legislators and turned physical too. As you can see from the visuals, there's a scuffle happening and the fight came to blows. A huge fight between legislators and this turned physical too. Now, BJP MLA Sidhu Patil and Congress MLC Bhim Rao fight during KDP meeting and nearly come to blows. And this nearly come to blows, as you can see, they're about to hit each other. As you can see, the visuals of the scuffle. Now, this comes exclusive. These exclusive visuals are from Bidar, Karnataka. As you can see, the police intervened and then they stopped. Now, this could have led to serious injuries to both of them because they were about to exchange blows. Exclusive visuals on your television screen from Bidar, Karnataka. BJP MLA Sidhu Patil and Congress MLC Bhim Rao fight during KDP meeting. Now, we are being joined by Abhishek. Abhishek, if you can share the details exactly why this scuffle broke out, what is the reason behind both of them fighting?
Shivam, it is believed that both of these leaders had to start a quarrel because of the land which was encroached in the forest area, and after which we have also been told that the Ummabad MLA Sidhu Patil and two MLCs, Devna Patil and Chandrasekhar, were discussing if the rules and regulations had been followed with respect to the encroachment or the usage of the forest land. And also it was blamed on various other political leaders, and this is why the fight broke out between these legislators. And after a heated argument, it also turned out to be a physical fight as well, when the police had to intervene in between these political leaders to stop the ruckus which is already mounted on all of them. And also people, the officials who were present there were the prime witness of this incident. And we've also been told that the KDP meeting, which happens every month, this particular meeting was happening in the Zilla Panchayat Hall of the Bidar city, and this was basically concentrating on the land encroachments in and around Bidar. So at this point of time, this is the will be taken or considered by the local police, by any of the politicians as of now. Shubham.
All right, Abhishek, if you can give us more details. When, who actually started the fight? If you can share details of that too. Prevention Act in connection with the 2020 Delhi riots, a larger conspiracy case. Now, these are the graphics, as you can see on your television screen. Two will be those who have received bail and those who won't, those who haven't received it. Now, Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid will be staying in jail, and these are the other 5 accused who have received bail, which is Gulfisha Fatima, Miran Haider, Shifa Rahman, Muhammad Salim Khan and Shadab Ahmed. The court ruled that material on record discloses a prima facie case against Khalid and Imam. The court said that delay in trial can serve as a trigger for judicial scrutiny, even in cases involving offences under the UAPA like the present ones. All right, the government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks exclusively to Republic. Listen in.
Good morning, Mr. Raju. This is Arnab here.
Very good morning. Thank you.
Many congratulations because you've been the person behind this.
Good morning, Arnav. How are you?
Very well, sir. Very well. Thank you for joining us, sir. This big morning, big decision. How are you viewing the judgment, sir? You worked so hard on this.
See, I'm in Ahmedabad, so I've had a look at what. So, am I audible?
Yeah, loud and clear. Please carry on, sir. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, absolutely you are. Please carry on, sir.
I heard what the learned judge pronounced in the court. And I found the judgment to be very well written, very well articulated. And the learned judge has considered all the points, legal as well as factual points, and given a very balanced judgment. And I have to look at the reasons why the other 6 have been granted bail. Other accused have been granted bail. And I will comment only after I see the judgment. Maybe as far as the role is concerned, the learned judges must have felt that their role is slightly different, or different as far as Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid are concerned.
Yeah. The basic argument that was put here by the defendants, Mr. Raju, the fundamental argument is that the trial has gone on for too long. The court has said that that does not make it a case for bail. They've looked at the severity of the offense itself.
The law, Arnab, is not that delay by itself entitles you to bail. But in this case, we were able to demonstrate that the delay, if any, was caused mainly by the accused. The accused, if they are responsible for the delay, then they can't have benefit of their own wrong. So there is a judgment of the Delhi High Court which said that as far as the trial in this case is concerned, the delay is mainly attributable to the accused, and therefore that must have gone a long way in rendering judgment as far as delay is concerned. We had demonstrated the number of times the accused did not argue the matter, the number of times they sought adjournments, and delay, if any, was attributable mainly to the accused.
Why was that the case? What was their strategy? Why was delay part of their strategy? If you see the number of times they were trying to get this whole thing adjourned, what was the strategy behind delaying it? How was that benefiting their own client?
See, as far as delay is concerned, there are 2 aspects to it. Number 1 is that you delay the trial, so ultimate verdict is delayed. Number 2, you are confident or you are aware of the fact that you may not get bail on merits because of merits you have a hopeless case. Therefore, what do? You delay the trial and then say, forget the merits, look at the delay, there's no fair trial, grant us bail. That seems to be the tactic.
What is the larger message sent out, sir, to all the people who are behind this? Let's go beyond the technicalities. If you look at this case per se, what is the larger message sent out today to people who may have incendiary intent, who may want to go against the state, who may want to, create a situation of anarchy? Because that seems to be the toolkit of a lot of people who don't believe in the electoral system.
You're right. The message that has come out, which is loud and clear, is you will have to pay for your crime, especially when you're anti-national. If you're a terrorist, you can't expect the courts to lean in your favor. You have to face the music, and it will be difficult for you to get bail. Therefore, it is better not to indulge in terrorist activities and then delay the proceedings and then ask for bail. All right, what happens? I've indulged in anti-national activities, I've indulged in terrorist activities, I'll wait for 3 years, 5 years, I'll come out. The trial will be delayed, we'll delay the trial. That sort of thing has been plugged by this judgment.
Do you think it also sends message out to others who turn agitations into an opportunity to block the streets, impair the democratic process, question governance? In that sense, was that also, in your view, the intent of this judgment?
I'll tell you, Arnav, the intent of this so-called agitation, I will not call it an agitation, it was an operation for regime change. They felt that they did. Our case is, I'm telling you from papers, our case is that these people failed to get a mass movement started in case of Babri Masjid and other incidents. So they felt that this was their chance to have a mass movement, something like Bangladesh or something, and there would be a regime change. Our specific case is that this was not a simple agitation against CAA. It was the entire purpose was to have a regime change. And that was the purpose. All the CAA and the poor people were hoodwinked, and they were sought to be made victims by asking them to participate without realizing what the actual motive and intention was. To some extent, I must tell you, Arnav, the fact that American lawmakers have supported the bail gives some credence. I may not say 100% that maybe this so-called regime change was engineered from outside. I'm not making any allegations. I'm only guessing. It's in the realm of suspicion. Otherwise, why would American lawmakers be interested in a case in India? There are so many other cases, hundreds of cases. Why they have not said anything about any other case? And they have not read the judgment. They have not read the earlier judgment of the High Court. They have not read the case papers. They have not seen the evidence. They don't know what the Indian law is. Indian law is totally different from the English or American law as far as terrorist activities are concerned. And straight away they issue a statement that to give him a bail. Asking the court to deliver a particular type of judgment, according to me, amounts to contempt, amounts to interference with the administration of justice. If these people were in India, probably they would have been hauled up for contempt.
Yeah, I mean, they have spread this canard.
Yes, sir.
Over the last few days, they've spread this canard, Mr. Raju, especially internationally, Mamdani, 10 US lawmakers, that there's been no legal process. These poor chaps have got no legal support. They've not been through a trial. They are being incarcerated without trial. That's been their core attempt. I find it very interesting what you say there, that this is not, therefore, this proves the case, doesn't it? That this is not innocent. You have described Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam as the intellectual architects of the conspiracy. But the problem with these people is, you also say those projected as intellectuals are more dangerous because they guide and direct others. But they also keep a sliver of deniability.
Yes.
They keep a sliver of deniability. They won't actually go and burn a car, but they will incite other people to burn a car, to block the roads. So they've always got this sliver of deniability. They've always got this way in which they can guide a riot and then get away at the last minute. So you think this judgment will stop any further such attempts?
It will go a long way in stopping such attempts, Arnav, and it will reveal to those potential terrorists who are waiting in the wings to refrain from such activities, feeling that they may not get bail, and even persons who were victims, not victims who were killed, but victims who are misguided into taking part in the agitation will also be now feel wary about it, and they will also keep their hands off. This is what I feel.
But then at the same time, you've separated the role. You've separated the role from in this case, from Umar Khalid, isn't it, Rhythm? Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam have been put in one category, and 5 others have been put in another category. Why is that?
Yes, I think the main reason for that is because their role was more severe.
I'll tell.
Yes, yes, go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead, sir, please.
Go ahead.
They are the masterminds. So masterminds stand on a different footing. And their role, see, in UAPA offenses, we have to show the role. We have to show that the prima facie case is made out. Even these courts have said, even if a prima facie case is made out, if there's delay, we'll ignore the prima facie case and grant them bail. That is what the law is, because that violates Article 21. But where the role is severe, the courts have felt that the role of these two persons are totally different. The roles are severe, and therefore they have to be treated separately. That is what I feel. I have not read the judgment, but I'll come back on this after I go through the judgment.
But you also said that Umar Khalid particularly, Umar Khalid, you know, Mr. Raju, I had played a role in exposing the JNU Tukre gang. This was, by the way, you know, a hashtag that I coined at that time, Tukre gang. Umar Khalid is interesting because he was the person who delivered that Bharat Tere Tukre Honge slogan, but he's denied it all the time. He's denied it. He's become more cautious. He tried to be careful. So what is his mentality that you see of Umar Khalid here, sir, and his role?
See, nowadays, a trend has emerged where the masterminds try to cover their tract and see that there is no evidence which is there which can pinpoint to them. But the Delhi police have done a wonderful job. They pointed out everything. They pointed out regarding his speeches, etc. I'll tell you why Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam are dangerous. They are not ordinary persons who orchestrated a simple agitation or a protest. These are the persons who said, cut off Assam from India. Cut off Assam from India, break chicken neck. How can you say that these persons are ordinary terrorists? They are the worst type of terrorists who want to dismember India and divide India into parts. And Umar Khalid is instrumental in supporting the cause of India. Tumhare tukde tukde, Bharat tumhare tukde tukde honge. How can these persons be given the same treatment as far as bail is concerned as compared to other maybe terrorists who have undergone 5-7 years, but they've done one act of terrorism. I'm not saying that they are not terrorists. They still deserve a harsh treatment, but they have to be treated slightly different in the matter of bail, not in the matter of grant of sentence or imposing of sentence.
Sir, I just want to have one question on the wider web, and then I'll hand over to Rhythm. Mr. Raju, my concern is always of the wider web. As you have rightly pointed out, there is a wider web, and in my view, the wider web also includes political parties, political personalities who played a role behind them. So we can't really be sure who the mastermind is. The mastermind could also be political. What about the role of political parties in encouraging these kind of people? You know, what becomes their role? There were a lot of people involved. There were question marks raised. There was a meeting where Yogendra Yadav was also present and other so-called political activists were present. I'm sure you've seen the picture of the meeting during the CA protest where these people are sitting together and planning.
I've seen the picture.
What about that?
Arnav, it is essentially, I'll tell you, it is essentially a role of the police. It is for the police to find out or fathom the evidence against these persons. Supposing whosoever he is, he may be a leader in a political party, but if there is evidence, I'm sure the Delhi police would have gone after him. The fact that they have not been named and accused, today there doesn't seem to be any evidence to charge sheet them. But tomorrow, if they find that there is some evidence, they were instrumental, their intention was not simply remain present in a meeting, then definitely Delhi police still is investigating into certain aspects. They'll go after it. But today, according to me, there is no evidence, and I can't comment on an investigator's role.
Absolutely. Rhythm has a question for you, Mr. Raju. Yeah.
Mr. Raju, we've also seen when this case was going on, you spoke about two things that I remember. You spoke about whenever the case is coming, a New York Times will write a sympathetic article on Umar Khalid and they don't realize he's an anti-national. Not only him, but also this 7-8 minute video that was given by the Delhi police played in the Supreme Court where Sharjeel Imam also tries to show anything and everything that can mobilize a certain community, where he says, court ko nani yaad dila denge. It's very clear they wanted any excuse to try and mobilize a community. And one other thing, this was not only about Delhi and essential services in Delhi, which the Supreme Court spoke about as being an essential part of UAPA charges. This was pan-India. The affidavit also speaks about Uttar Pradesh, where there was widespread violence breaking out in 20 districts. In Assam, violence was there in Guwahati, Dirbhunga, Kamurup. And in West Bengal, it was there in Murshidabad, Howrah, Malda.
Yeah. Continue. I think here you have his attention.
You have too many questions in one question, right?
The question that I'm only asking is, if it was pan-India, it is no longer only related, sir, to Delhi. Then there should be a harsher punishment and they should be called out as what they are, terrorists.
See, Rhythm, the issue is their intention was to create a movement pan-India.
Yeah.
They did not succeed. Okay. So the intention is pan-India. Whether it is pan-India, whether it is Delhi, whether it is restricted to cutting off Assam from India, it is all a terrorist activity. So terrorist activity, whether it is pan-India, whether it is only restricted to Assam or Delhi, is a terrorist activity. So you will be punished. You're right. At the stage of granting of punishment, deciding what punishment is to be given, at that stage, this might be a necessary or a vital consideration.
I think the point that you are making, which is very important for everyone, Mr. Raju, is that this was a pre-Bangladesh, pre-Nepal operation with the same intent, a pan-India change of regime with global backing. This was not happening locally. It was deep-rooted, meditated, pre-planned, hatched by these people. But, and this is my final question to you, Mr. Raju, it resulted in the death of 53 people. Right? So consequentially...
And 530 were injured.
And 530 were injured, including policemen. And police women, if I may add, sir. So...
Yes, IB officers.
Yeah, so you had told this court, what I really liked about your arguments and the way you were presenting it is that, you see, Rhythm, Mr. Raju was broad-basing it. He was talking about regime change. He used the word economic strangulation, and he talked about engineering communal rights. So he spoke about a triad of circumstances. CA was a facade, in his view. Am I right, Mr. Raju? CA was the facade. The intention was something.
You're absolutely right.
So, what is the punishment they could face now? Court is taking a clear stance on this. What is the punishment they could face?
The maximum punishment under the UAPA is death or life for the offences which they've. So since the offence could be maximum is death.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Raju, I would like to congratulate you again. I think Rhythm and I have followed what you've done here. And I think this will have long-term consequences. I thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Raju, and congratulations once again, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Rhythm.
Thank you, sir.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil. Says it's necessary to make me happy.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why.
Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
5, 4, 3. S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tukra gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observations, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks exclusively to Republic. Adv Raju speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says gang wanted a regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam should be hanged.
They wanted to make me happy, basically. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be.
While he praises Narendra Modi, Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make me happy. All right, viewers, this is a big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment. Exclusive visuals too. Getting in fresh visuals of rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is serving a 20-year jail term, walking out of the Sunaria jail in Rohtak after he was again granted a 40-day parole. Now, this is the 15th, I repeat, 15th time that the self-styled godman is out on parole. His conviction in 2017. So, jailed Dera Sacha Sauda chief, that is Gurmeet Ram Rahim, again has been granted a 40-day parole. So he's getting the extra privilege. Now, prior to his latest parole, he has come out before more than 14 times since being convicted in 2017. Now, there are protests by people. They are saying why this has happened. Dera Sacha Sauda chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, serving 20-year jail term for raping 2 of his disciples, is lodged in Sunera jail and now again a parole. Now we are being joined by Lalit for more details in the story. Lalit, again a parole, again he's coming out of jail. Now this is not the first time, this is the 15th time. Now why this is happening and what are the latest details on this story?
Well, definitely, it's going to be the 15th time that the rape convicted Dera Sacha Sauda Ram Rahim has been released from the Sunaria jail. Around early in the morning, around 11:30, he left from the Sunaria jail, and in the 40-day parole, he would be living in the Sirsa Dera headquarters. Apart from that, it's not for the first time. Last year also, in the month of August, he was given a 40 days parole, while in the 2 months before, that is in the month of April, he was given a 21 days furlough. Last year only, in the month of January, 40 days parole was given to Ram Rahim. So till from 2017 onwards, when he was convicted in the killings of 2 disciples and a journalist, Chhatrapati Shivaji, in that whole case, till now, he has been given parole and furlough for the 15th time. So this time also, he has given a 40 days parole in which he would be living in the Sirsa Dera headquarters, where with full all the law and order situation.
Now with the residents reporting repeated illness and hospitalization due to suspected waterborne infections. All right, we are being joined by Sorali live from Gandhinagar. Sorali, what are the latest details? Now, it's not just Indore. We had one episode in Indore. Many people died there. There too, it was because of water contamination and the sewage water, that is toilet water, mixing with the drinking water. Now again, it's happening in Gandhinagar. What are the latest details? What are you getting from the location? Sorali.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, according to the recent information we have gathered in from the medical superintendent officer of the civil hospital in Gandhinagar, is that total 152 patients are admitted, and let me tell you, around 108 are clinically suspected. On the other hand, 50 cases have been confirmed. There are also 2 deaths which has been informed by the authorities, but they are claiming that they are not related to the case right now. So the typhoid upsurge is not related to the 2 deaths, but these 2 deaths are related to 2 kids who belong to Adiwada and Dehegam area of Gujarat, and 2 kids in the Dehegam and Adiwada areas. They are claiming that it's not related to, the entire upsurge of typhoid. On the other hand, we also have the information that 40 teams have been created who are going for home-to-home survey, and this will be conducted jointly by the collector and municipal corporation authorities. That's the information we are gathering in from ground. Back to you.
All right, Swarali, are there any reports of water tests, the tests being done of the water that these people have drunk, the water that has been contaminated? Now, what sort of diseases they got from the water? Any details for the water tests?
See, here, if we talk about the Gandhinagar upsurge cases, let me tell you that most of the cases are of typhoid right now. A special ward was being set up in the Gandhinagar Civil Hospital. That was the information we had gathered in initially. And now we are getting this information. The teams are going for survey right now. We are getting the information about typhoid, but it is to be seen what comes up in the investigation next.
Case from Bengaluru, and we have a correspondent joining from Bengaluru. Abhishek, give us the details of what's happening in Bengaluru. We covered what happened in Indore. Now
of the food poison or probably the weather changes, but after the continued or the repeated visits to the hospital confirmed that this was due to the contamination of drinking water or the water which has been used for the food purpose. The exact location, what is being shown on the visual visual is the place which has been identified by the BWSSB, that is the Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board, where the contamination or the mix-up of the drinking water with the drainage water has happened for the last 1.5 months, including infants and up to elderly persons who are the residents of this road have continuously visited the doctors and the hospitals to make sure that their health is getting back to normal. All the civilians decided that they had to bring this matter to the notice of the BWSSB, and after which the chairman of BWSSB, Ram Prasad Manohar, immediately ordered a strict action on the issue. He mentioned that the officials and the staff on ground will have to work 24/7 to make sure that all the pipelines will have to be changed immediately. So these are the pipes which have been laid on road. The JCB is making sure that the pipes will be replaced immediately. And also, the people have stopped using the supply of the BWSSB water and they've shifted to the drinking of the different supply of water.
Following a police encounter. A cotton-laden truck overturned in Deikhera in Bundi district of Rajasthan, resulting in multiple casualties and injuries. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla later visited the hospital to inquire about the condition of the injured. Fresh violence that has erupted in Manipur today after explosive devices planted at an abandoned residential house in Bishnupur district went off, and there are people fighting because of that. Now, for more details, we are being joined by Johnson from Manipur. Johnson, what are the latest details? There are reports of fresh violence coming in from Manipur. Which location is it happening, and what are the other details here?
Yes, Shivam, this incident took place, that happens today early morning at around 5:40, where the first ID blasted in one abandoned house that has been abandoned since 3rd May, and the house has been, the house owner has been identified as one person called Mani, and just after the ID blasted, 3 rounds of ID mortar shells, Pompey bomb have been fired from the hill range, suspected to be fired by the armed Kuki militants. And due to the incident, 2 villagers were injured. They are identified as Induvla and Suram Sanatomba. And as the incident took place, there is still tents, and the public and all the villagers are still gathered in the same area. The incident where the place where the incident took place is known as Nanukon area, that falls under Biswampur district and Phagakchau police station. It can be mentioned that 2 weeks back, there were also reports of firing done by the armed Kuki miscreant at Tobum Bangla and Phagakchau Ikai area. And this is a very, very sad incident that the place where this bombing took place today is just few meters, around about approximately 400 to 500 meters from a central security forces camp that has been stationed at Saiton Bridge, and the Central Security Forces camp is also just about 200 meters from the Saiton Bridge itself. And following the incident, district police officials, district administrations, top-ranking officials.
Thanks for the details. We are moving on to another big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment. Big breaking. Moving on to another big breaking news we are getting right at this moment. A massive gas leak has occurred in Irusumanda village of Malkipuram Mandal. Now, local residents informed ONGC officials about the incident. Now, ONGC officials, along with fire and police personnel, are dousing the flames, dousing the fire. Exclusive visuals, first on Republic, on your television screen, live and breaking. Villagers are in a state of shock, in a state of panic and fear, because further details are awaited. Balakrishna, fire department officer, was giving us the latest details on what happened, and these are the exclusive visuals as you can see on your television screen. Now, gas leak feared as ONGC pipeline affected after loud explosion in this location. Exclusive pictures on, exclusive visuals on your television screen. Now, this is coming from Andhra. A massive gas leak occurred in Arasumunda village of Malkipuram. Now, for more details, we are being joined by Aishwarya. Aishwarya, if you can get us the exact location details and how this incident unfolded. This is a massive blast, as you can see from the visuals.
Exactly what as you rightly pointed out, this happened in Konaseema district of Andhra Pradesh, where one of the drill site of ONGC had suddenly was overpowering from and for almost 2 hours, and suddenly when there was a huge gas leak that was spotted by the locals there, who immediately informed the authorities. What we are currently learning is that the local authorities are on the way to inspect a particular drill site, and what led to this particular leak and why any casualties or what is the ramifications of this gas leak and what actually led to this particular gas leak is something that will be probed into, is what we are learning. But this was taking place 2 hours until 2 hours, but then when the locals spotted it, they saw a smell maybe they could notice some smell which led to the locals noticing this particular gas leak in a ONGC drill site in Andhra Pradesh in Konaseema district, that led to this particular gas leak, and they informed the authorities immediately, and they are on the way, is what we are learning currently, to inspect this particular drill site.
All right, Aishwarya, are there any details of any casualties or injuries yet?
Currently, there are no casualties nor injuries that has been reported. But as we already saw, that the locals who were the one who spotted this particular leak, and they informed the authorities. So there was no. So we can expect something, but there are nothing casualties nor injuries reported until now, is what we are learning.
All right, definitely, Aishwarya, the gas supply must have been suspended in the entire region. Have people been asked to evacuate? Have nearby villages also been evacuated? Because this can mean more explosions.
Yes, currently the locals have been alerted, and they have moved from the location, but since they have informed the authorities, the local authorities will also come, and they will assess the height of leakage that has happened. Can it be controlled? Are there any future ramifications that needs to be done? Is something the local authorities should assess and then give a solution, because it has happened right now, and the authorities are still on their way, is what we are learning. So what is currently happening? Are they evacuated? But the locals are alerted, but are they evacuated is something that we are yet to be known.
All right, Aishwarya, this is not the first time that a gas leak incident happened in Andhra Pradesh. Now, how big of a gas leak was it? If you can explain the magnitude of the gas leak, and how much of area has this gas leak affected around it?
What we're learning is that there was this pungent smell that led to this particular gas that the authorities, the locals noticed it first because of the smell. So the entire area was having the smell, which led to the locals notice it first. But so with this, you can assume the amount of leakage that happened, because what we are learning is that it was overflowing for almost 2 hours. Until then, nobody noticed it or nobody knew about it. So after 2 hours, there was a lot of amount of crude oil, the gas that leaked from the ONGC pipes there, and the locals, after noticing it, they fled from their houses after alerting the authorities, because the authorities are still on the way and are still assessing this particular gas leak. We are yet to be given official information about the amount of the gas that has been leaked, and what are the consequences, and what will be their next step to ensure that this does not affect the locals over there, is something we are yet to be informed officially, and we are yet to be told yet to be told.
All right, so these are the visuals from Andhra on your television screen. As you can see, from Andhra, a massive gas leak has taken place in Andhra Pradesh, and these are the exclusive visuals, first on Republic, on your television screen. Massive gas leak in Andhra Pradesh. That was an ONGC pipeline. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, the government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks exclusively to Republic.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh?
Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the success.
All right, viewers, coming up next, Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make me happy.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
5, 4, 3, S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PP ड्राइवर ट्रैकिंग
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
परफॉर्मेंस नॉर्मल।
There's a magnificent
2 1
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why.
Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's external affairs.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus will be on how Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid were denied bail by the Supreme Court. This and a lot more, but first up, the headlines. Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court Adv Rajat speaks exclusively. Court Adv Rajat speaks exclusively to Republic. Adv Rajat speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riot, says gang wanted regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam should be hanged.
They wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make him happy. All right, viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment, and it's on your television screen. Exclusive visuals on your television screen. The IDF, that is the Israel Defense Forces, has said they carried out an airstrike yesterday at the Jamjameh area of southern Lebanon, killing 2 Hezbollah operatives allegedly involved in rebuilding the group's military infrastructure. Now, according to the IDF, the activities carried out by the 2 individuals constituted a serious violation of existing agreements between Israel and Lebanon. The military stated that it will continue ongoing operations to prevent emerging threats and to defend the state of Israel. Exclusive visuals on your television screen, as you can see. First on Republic, exclusive visuals by the IDF. The IDF has said that they carried out an airstrike yesterday in the Jamjama area of southern Lebanon, killing 2 Hezbollah operatives allegedly involved in rebuilding the group's military infrastructure. According to the IDF, the activities carried out by the 2 individuals constituted a serious violation of existing agreements between Israel and Lebanon. And the military stated that it will continue ongoing operations to prevent emerging threats and to defend the state of Israel. Exclusive visuals, as you can see. This must have been conducted by a drone, possibly by a drone, and IDF is known to share the visuals, the exclusive pictures, as and when it conducts an airstrike or an attack in the enemy location. And these are the visuals of a drone strike by the IDF. As you can very well see, pretty well coordinated, and it has hit the target, and they claim they have killed 2 Hezbollah operatives who were allegedly involved in rebuilding the group's military infrastructure. So now they cannot rebuild it because they are no more. They have been killed by the IDF, by the strike, by precise strike of IDF. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next story. Now, deposed Venezuelan leader, that is Nicolas Maduro, will appear in a New York City courtroom today after his capture by the U.S. military in an attack that killed at least 32 Cubans. He is facing drug and weapons charges. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump said America is in charge as acting president. Delcy Rodriguez called for cooperation with the U.S., a softening in her response to the attack. Now, the U.S. is working to establish a pliant interim government in Venezuela, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying the focus is on setting policy and maintaining a leverage. So, deposed Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro will appear in a New York City courtroom today.
Greetings, good afternoon. I'm in Maracaibo, Zulia State, occidental of Venezuela. The situation here, it's like a holiday, a holiday or vacation day, because the people, we don't have we don't have too much movement in the vehicles. This highway unit to 2 principal cities here in Zulia State, Maracaibo and San Francisco City. We make a round in all the city of Maracaibo. We can see the people in their homes, because the environment just right now is uncertain, because the government, the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, make announce she's announced she take oath in the presidents of Venezuela the next Monday in the morning. The National Assembly make that oath of Delcy Rodriguez with in the presidents of Venezuela, temporary presidency. Well, just right now, I can tell Maracaibo and the occidental of Venezuela that the situation just right now is in all calm, thanks calm, because the people just right now we can It's too difficult to make a prediction about what can happen in Venezuela. Today's remember the government of U.S. Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. Announced Venezuela was the government of U.S. take the administration of the country of Venezuela. That make so many reactions in all the world. Of course, in Venezuela, we have reactions. So many people and with sympathy with the government of Maduro make activities and meetings in some areas of Caracas. In Maracaibo and other cities, we don't see any meetings, but in Caracas, the situation is different. So many people, the collectives and the people with sympathy with Maduro make so many reunions and meetings in protest for a detention of Nicolas Maduro. That is the information here in the occidental of Venezuela. Well, if we can, if we know about something additional, we can send another contact. Greetings.
All right, viewers. Now, President Donald Trump outlined a plan to help Venezuela by deploying U.S. oil giants to extract its vast reserves, now which account for 18% of global totals, but only 1% are currently utilized. The plan promises no cost to America as companies invest billions to repair infrastructure and generate profits for the people, as they say, for the people. Experts explain the challenges of Venezuelan crude risks and noted that ongoing U.S. sanctions have quarantined exports, mainly impacting China, making quick benefits unlikely amid geopolitical risks.
The United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. Well, you know, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening. And you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
Estimates indicate that actually Venezuela has the most underground resources of oil-related product that could be brought into the market. The Venezuelan oil is tricky to work with. It's thick like molasses, if you will. It's extremely viscous, and it requires special handling in order to process into those high-value transportation fuels like gasoline and diesel that economies need.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so.
For the time being, it's very important to remember that the Trump administration is maintaining this quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports and on the whole program of sanctions against Venezuelan persons, assets, entities. And that's part of their pressure campaign to try to morph the regime into a more pro-US stance. Until that changes, we'll have naturally fewer Venezuelan barrels making their way into global markets. That affects first and foremost China, which was receiving all of the oil from Venezuela, except for the small amount from Chevron going to the US Gulf Coast refineries. So China is keeping a close eye, probably with a degree of concern, on what's happening in Venezuela, because they're seeing, even though it's a small element of their oil import supply chain under threat, you can't put this intervention toothpaste back into the tube. Now that we're doing things like quarantining oil exports and potentially toppling regimes, or at least leaders of oil exporting countries, the guys that are their customers, that are their importers of that oil, are going to be concerned.
All right, viewers, moving on to our next top story. In another attack, a Hindu district commissioner in Bangladesh has become the target of open intimidation, abuse and slurs near her own office. The continuous targeting of Hindus under the Yunus regime has sparked widespread condemnation and raised serious concerns on the safety of Hindus in Bangladesh. Watch this report.
A disturbing incident from Bangladesh's Kurigram 3 constituency, where Hindu district commissioner was subjected to communal harassment, not on the streets but inside a government office. District Commissioner Annapurna Devnath, a Hindu officer, became the target of a mob after the nomination of a Jamaat candidate was cancelled. Supporters of the Jamaat-nominated candidate, Barrister Salehi, stormed the DC office premises, hurling slurs and abusive language at the district commissioner. She was labelled an ISKCON member, a stooge of India and an agent of the Awami League. Protesters openly demanded her resignation, issuing threats that she would be removed forcibly if she did not step down. This incident fits a larger and a worrying pattern. Under the Yunus-backed regime, Hindus in Bangladesh have repeatedly found themselves singled out and intimidated. This is just another incident showing repeated targeting of Hindus and minorities under the Yunus regime in Bangladesh. And comes just weeks after Deepu Chandradas was lynched by a mob in Bangladesh's Mymensingh city, an incident that has sparked widespread outrage. India's External Affairs Ministry recently has expressed grave concern over unremitting hostilities against minorities in Bangladesh and keeps a close eye on the developments. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, fresh violence has erupted once again in Manipur. Suspected Kuki militants carried out a bomb attack on a Meitei village in Bishnupur district, injuring civilians. Now, this comes even as the centre has extended the inquiry into the ethnic violence gripping the state. Here's a detailed report on that.
Fresh explosions rocked parts of Manipur early Monday morning. Suspected Kuki militants allegedly hurled multiple improvised explosive devices into a Meithei village in Bishnupur district, triggering panic and chaos among residents. The attack took place at an Aganukon village, barely 300 to 500 meters from a Central Reserve Police Force camp. At least 2 villagers, including a woman, were injured after bomb splinters struck them. One house was gutted after being directly hit by an explosive device. Following the blasts, the area was sealed off. Security forces launched combing and search operations. This is not an isolated incident. Just over 2 weeks ago, open firing was reported at Phogakcho village in the same district, prompting security tightening across vulnerable pockets in Bishnupur. The latest attack comes in the backdrop of Manipur's ethnic conflict between Meithei and Kuki groups. The violence in 2023 was triggered after Kuki Zo tribals living in the hill districts protested over a High Court recommendation for granting scheduled tribe status to the Meithei community members. Amid continuing unrest, the Union Home Ministry recently granted a 4th extension to the high-level inquiry panel probing the violence. Manipur is currently under President's rule, which was imposed on 13th of February last year after the then Chief Minister N. Biren Singh resigned.
Well, it was time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
These are not media trials. These are strong campaign-based issues. Journalism which has brought the truth out. The only thing that sustains is public interest. Public interest is national interest. What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? And how many jobs does it take away?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
ऑटो ट्रैकिंग।
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका।
Well, All right, viewers, welcome back. Now, let's move on to our next story. The Indian Army is modernizing firepower with the indigenous 155mm ramjet shell. The projectile features a ramjet engine for propulsion. This system uses atmospheric oxygen to generate thrust. The mechanism extends the strike range to 60 kilometers. The shell maintains supersonic velocity throughout the flight path. Now, this capacity ensures precision on distant targets. Now, recent tests at Pokhran displayed successful performance. The technology aligns with the Make in India program.
The Indian Army is currently on the verge of a historic breakthrough that will make it the very first military force in the world to operationally deploy 155mm ramjet-powered artillery shells, a technology that effectively turns a standard howitzer into a long-range supersonic missile launcher. Developed in a landmark collaboration between IIT Madras and Munitions India Limited, this new ammunition has already cleared developmental trials at the Pokhran ranges and promises to double the striking range of India's artillery from the standard 30 kilometers to over 60 or even 70 kilometers. This is not just a minor upgrade, it is a fundamental disruption of modern warfare that erases the traditional safe zones Pakistan and China have relied on for decades. By integrating jet engine technology into a standard artillery shell, India is solving the biggest problem of border defense: how to hit deep enemy targets without the massive cost of cruise missiles or the political risk of sending fighter jets across the border. To understand why this is such a game changer, one must look at the simple physics of a traditional battlefield. For the last 40 years, the range of a standard 155mm shell, essentially a heavy bullet packed with explosives, has been capped by physics at roughly 30 to 40 kilometers. Friction slows it down and gravity pulls it to earth. This created a strategic reality where enemy supply depots, command centers, and reserve troops parked 45 kilometers away were mathematically safe from Indian guns. To hit them, you needed expensive rockets or airstrikes. The ramjet shell shatters this limitation by cheating the physics of flight. It is a breathing projectile. When fired from a gun like the K9 Vajra or Bofors, it starts like a normal shell, but once it hits supersonic speeds, an intake opens up, sucking in oxygen from the air to burn onboard fuel. This turns the shell into a self-propelled jet that accelerates mid-flight, allowing it to glide at Mach 2 speeds for double the distance of a normal round. The tactical nightmare this creates for India's adversaries is hard to overstate. In military terms, this destroys the concept of strategic depth for the enemy. If a Pakistani armored division is assembling 60 kilometers from the line of control, they are currently safe from Indian shelling. They can fuel up, plan, and rest without fear. But with the induction of ramjet shells, that safety evaporates instantly. Indian artillery batteries sitting securely in their own territory can now rain precision fire on these deep targets. It forces the enemy to push their logistics hubs back by another 40 kilometers, stretching their supply lines to the breaking point. Every truck carrying ammunition to the front now has to drive twice as far, burning more fuel and facing more wear and tear simply because Indian shells can now reach out and touch them from distances that were previously impossible. Perhaps the most brilliant aspect of this innovation is its plug-and-play configuration. Usually, achieving a 70-kilometer range requires buying entirely new massive rocket systems like the Smerch. However, the IIT Madras design is built to fit inside the barrel of the guns India already owns. The same ramjet shell can be fired from the 30-year-old Bofors, the indigenous Dhanush, the tracked K9 Vajra, and the ultra-modern M777 lightweight howitzer. This means the Indian Army does not need to spend billions on new launchers. It can simply ship these new crates of ammunition to existing units, and overnight, a standard artillery regiment is transformed into a long-range strategic strike force. This backward compatibility is a logistical masterstroke, allowing for rapid deployment across the entire border, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the mountains of Ladakh. The economic logic behind this development is just as powerful as the military one. In a prolonged conflict like the one we are seeing in Ukraine, armies run out of missiles very quickly because they are complex and cost millions of dollars each. You cannot use a BrahMos cruise missile to destroy a simple truck convoy. It is a waste of money. Ramjet shells bridge this gap. They offer the range and precision of a small missile but at a cost closer to that of an artillery shell. This allows the Indian Army to use saturation fire on distant...
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects a bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observation, rules that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks to Republic TV. Former ASG Adv Raju speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says gang wanted regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel should be hanged.
And after this, they wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make me happy. It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live at Breaking with me, Aravind. We're starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in from Andhra Pradesh, where a gas leak has now been reported. This is from the Irusuman, the village of Malkipuram Mandal. In fact, local residents have now informed ONGC officials about the incident. ONGC officials, along with the fire and police personnel, are dousing the fire. Villagers, as we see from the images that have now come in a short while back, show they are in a state of panic and fear. Further details are awaited right now. In fact, Fire Department Officer Balakrishna has spoken a short while back, giving us a sense of what's really happening on the ground. On your screens, these are the images that came in just roughly a little 30 minutes ago. And this is what you see right now. This is from the ONGC area, which is where the fire actually broke out. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, first describe where exactly has this fire broken out, what's the condition right now, and whether at all there have been any casualties that have been reported so far.
Yes, this particular gas leak happened in Konasima district, very inside of the Konasima district, where ONGC entire ONGC drill set has been located. So this, what we're learning is that this particular gas leak happened when there was a repair work that was undertaken by the workers there, of the ONGC workers, and during that particular repair work which was undertaken, producer well had suddenly stopped working, which led to the sudden gas leak mixed with crude oil. What the people around, the locals, thought was, when the gas started to blow up, it looked more like a fog. So that was the delay in which even the local authorities, locals as well as the repair workers could not understand what had happened. And later, when the fire broke out short while after the gas leaked, after there was a fog-like atmosphere across the agricultural fields, because this particular drill set is located very close to the agricultural fields there, which is mostly coconut trees. So after this particular fog had enveloped this particular area, they began to realize that this is more than the natural fog during winters, but more than it is a gas leak mixed with crude oil. And shortly after that, the fire also started to erupt when the locals fled, the villagers fled from their homes, and they immediately alerted the authorities as well, and the fire workers, the fire department as well as the ONGC authorities reached the spot as soon as they can, and they started to undertake the rescue works and try to control the fire, is what we're learning. The nearby villagers were also given instructions through microphones and announcements saying that this particular gas leak has happened in the neighboring area, and all these villagers have been moved to nearby location, that is Lakkavaram, which is approximately the near village of the most little developed village here in Andhra Pradesh. All the villagers have been evacuated there, and in a community hall setup has been made for all these villagers for them to reside there until and unless this particular situation, the gas leak situation, can be brought under control. But what we are also learning is that the authority will soon give an official statement about the number of casualties as well. There is no number of casualties being reported until now.
Thank you very much, Aishwarya, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking this very closely. Now, the Congress party is up in arms over a water contamination crisis, alleging that a poorly executed low-cost sewage pipeline project has led to a surge in waterborne diseases. With 152 patients admitted, 108 suspected cases, and 50 active cases, they're pointing fingers at the authorities for compromising, I beg your pardon, public health in the state. The party claims that the project, which should have cost several crores, was carried out cheaply, and despite warning signs, no timely preventive measures were basically taken. They're also questioning the lack of data on patients seeking treatment at private hospitals, as official figures only capture government hospital admissions. On your screens, images that have come in from multiple cities, starting from Indore, where the first report came in of water contamination, leading to death of several people, including a 6-month-old infant. That was from Indore. Now in Gandhinagar, multiple cases of typhoid essentially being reported, with several children being admitted in various hospitals. We're also going to go across to our reporters on the ground. In fact, Swarali is going to report from Gandhinagar, and Bengaluru too has reported there have been reports of water contamination taking place in Bengaluru, where you can see now residents clearly pointing out that how water which has been supplied by the municipal corporation is contaminated in nature, risking the life of several people. Let me go across to my colleague Swarali, who is joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, you're in Gandhinagar. Why don't you just move around, tell us what's really happening in the area and how people are basically complaining about the current situation?
Yes, according to the recent information we have gathered, 152 people are admitted in the civil hospital of Gandhinagar. On the other hand, 108 are clinically suspected, 50 are positive cases, and 2 deaths have occurred. And the authorities are, on one hand, are claiming that these deaths are not related to the typhoid upsurge which has happened in the state capital. But on the other hand, Congress leaders and the family members of deceased are claiming that these deaths are definitely related to typhoid itself. Right now, I am standing in Sector 24, Ward number 3 of Gandhinagar, wherein several cases of typhoid are rising. And now we are going to talk with the parents and family members of who are affected on ground. Didi, आप बताइए, इसका केस टाइफाइड पॉजिटिव है, क्या दिक्कतें हो रही हैं सरकार से, क्या आपको फैसिलिटीज मिल पा रही है, और ये तकलीफ कब से शुरू हुई?
ये अभी 3-4 दिनों से इसकी तकलीफें स्टार्ट हुई है। इसको बुखार आ रहा है, कांस्टेंट कुछ भी खा रही है तो फिर इसको वॉमिटिंग हो जा रही है। थोड़ी देर बाद हम दवाई देते हैं तो उसको आराम रहता है, एंड देन फिर वापस उसको बुखार आ जाता है। इसका टाइफाइड पॉजिटिव आया है, तो हम चाहते हैं कि पानी का सही मतलब पॉपुलेशन रहे, क्योंकि जो भी हमारा पानी आ रहा है वो ख़राब आ रहा है। हम आरओ भी यूज़ कर रहे हैं तो उसमें भी पानी अभी फ़िलहाल ख़राब ही आ रहा है, तो जिसकी वजह से बच्चे तो सर्वाइव कर ही रहे, बड़े भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। बड़े तो कुछ भी करके मतलब इस चीज़ों से कोऑपरेट कर सकते हैं, पर बच्चे तो नहीं सहन कर सकते।
इम्यूनिटी बच्चों की बहुत लो होती है, इस लिहाज से बोल रही हैं।
यस,
क्या नाम है इसका?
इसका नाम वेदांशी है। भूमिका।
अच्छा, आप और कब से ये पानी की प्रॉब्लम हो रही है?
ये अभी 10 दिनों से तो हो ही रही है, पर 3-4 दिनों से ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हो रहा है। पहले 10 दिनों से तो हो ही रहा था ज़्यादातर।
ये बात करेगी हमसे?
हाँ, आप कर सकती
हैं। क्या तकलीफ हो रही है आपको? तुझे क्या हुआ? She is not even in a state to talk. There are also other patients over here. सर, हम जब आए हम देख रहे थे आपको बहुत तकलीफ हो रही थी। आप हमें बताइए कि इस इलाके में कितने केसेस हैं, एक अंदाज़ा आपको, और आपको क्या तकलीफ हो रही है?
मेरे को कल रात से मेरे को भी तकलीफ हुई है। कल रात से मेरे को दस्त लगी और वॉमिट हो रही है। मैं दवाई लाया, सब कुछ किया, लेकिन अभी भी मुझे कोई आराम नहीं है। अभी भी वॉमिट।
Law and order and vehicles were diverted to avoid traffic congestion. Manipur police have apprehended the second accused involved in the incident of snatching money and valuables from a couple on 1st of January. The first accused had already been arrested and remanded to jail, while the second was apprehended following a police encounter. A cotton-laden truck overturned in Dekera in Bundi district of Rajasthan, resulting in multiple casualties and injuries. Lok Sabha Speaker Birla later visited the hospital to inquire about the condition of the injured. In another attack, a Hindu district commissioner in Bangladesh has now become the target of open intimidation, abuse and slurs near her own office. The continuous targeting of Hindus under the Yunus regime has sparked widespread condemnation and raised concerns on the safety. Take a look at this report.
A disturbing incident from Bangladesh's Kurigram 3 constituency where Hindu district commissioner was subjected to communal harassment, not on the streets but inside a government office. District Commissioner Annapurna Devnath, a Hindu officer, became the target of a mob after the nomination of a Jamaat candidate was cancelled. Supporters of the Jamaat-nominated candidate, Barrister Salehi, stormed the DC office premises, hurling slurs and abusive language at the district commissioner. She was labelled an ISKCON member, a stooge of India and an agent of the Awami League. Protesters openly demanded her resignation, issuing threats that she would be removed forcibly if she did not step down. This incident fits a larger and a worrying pattern. Under the Yunus-backed regime, Hindus in Bangladesh have repeatedly found themselves singled out and intimidated. This is just another incident showing repeated targeting of Hindus and minorities under the Yunus regime in Bangladesh. And comes just weeks after Deepu Chandradas was lynched by a mob in Bangladesh's Mymensingh city, an incident that has sparked widespread outrage. India's External Affairs Ministry recently has expressed grave concern over unremitting hostilities against minorities in Bangladesh and keeps a close eye on the developments. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting in some breaking news now from Karnataka, where a foundation stone-laying ceremony for a railway overbridge in Koppal's district have now turned chaotic, with BJP and Congress workers clashed in the presence of Union Minister V. Somanna. The dispute, in fact, began when Congress leaders objected to the absence of District In-Charge Minister Shivraj Tangaderi and MP Rajashekhar Hitnal's names from the event banners. As V. Somanna arrived, heated arguments broke out and some Congress workers allegedly tried to surround him with chairs thrown near the stage. In fact, Congress leaders have accused the organizers of protocol violation, while Somanna urged workers not to create disturbances, referring to Congress supporters as those who have been angered. Now, despite the protest, Somanna performed the ritual ceremony and left the venue, and the overbridge is expected to improve access to Anjaria and Beta. In fact, we'll also try and go across to another breaking news now coming in. This is with regards to the decision that has been taken by the Supreme Court. In fact, the Supreme Court earlier today denied bail to Umar Khalid as well as Sharjeel Imam, who were accused for offences under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act in connection with the 2030 Delhi riots larger conspiracy case. Now, the court ruled that material on record discloses a prima facie case against Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. And the court also said that the delay in the trial can serve as a trigger for a judicial scrutiny, even in cases involving offences under the UAPA, like the present one. In fact, multiple images that we are essentially going to show you right now leads up to the riot case. And how exactly is Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam essentially involved in this? As per the investigation that was carried out, it seems that the 2019 protests that took place were essentially conspired inside JNU, and thereafter the plan was to make it disruptive in nature, targeting the government. Largely, it's the globally backed regime change was one of the primary objective of the multiple protests that have taken place, something that the court has taken cognizance of. In fact, earlier today, while rejecting the bail of Umar Khalid as well as Sharjeel Imam, the court essentially observed that their case has to be seen on a different footing. So both of them will still remain in jail. As far as others who have there have been bail that has been granted to others. Now, that's a story that we are going to track very closely. But up first, we are also getting in some more breaking news now coming in from Daman. We will shift focus once again. In fact, these are the latest shots now coming in from Daman, where we're given to understand that a fire has broken out. As you can see right now, with the fire brigade officials present, they're trying to douse the fire. We're waiting for some information to come in about what really has happened on the ground. This is just the breaking news now coming in, and we're trying to get you more details. In terms of the numbers of casualty, that is not known. It's a fire that has broke out in a company area. It seems to be a warehouse, a packaging company, where 710 fire engines have now been sent to the spot. So far, there is no clarity as to whether at all there is any casualty, but as you can see, the fire which broke out a short while back, in fact, involves two packaging companies, and the blaze, in fact, the fire broke out a few hours ago, but it still continues to rage on right now. More details now emerging with regards to those who were present there. We'll try and see if we can go across to our reporters on the ground to get us the latest details. This is from Dabel in Daman, where the fire broke out. So far, there is no word about any casualties, but it seems two packaging companies where we're given to understand that the fire broke out. It broke out earlier today. In fact, it continues to rage on, as we see with the details coming in. 18 firefighters are present at the spot, and they're trying to control the fire. It seems that it has spread quite fast, and with the fire breaking out in the packaging industry, it seems there were inflammable materials that were present there, leading to the challenges right now to control the fire as the fire billows out from the packaging company, where it seems the warehouse that caught fire. What is the reason for the fire is not known at this point in time. In fact, this happened earlier today in the afternoon when the fire broke out. There's been a massive chaos at the very place, but it seems that there were workers who were present there when the fire broke out. But as of now, there is absolutely no word really coming in from fire brigade officials with regards to whether at all there have been any casualties. Let me also bring in my colleague Niranjan, who's getting us the latest details. Niranjan, any word as far as casualties are concerned?
Shawan, absolutely no word on the casualties, but I can tell you that this is a breaking news picture that came in. This is a very big fire. 18 firefighters are trying to control the flames here. And this is the first video input that came in from Dabel in Daman. And 18 firefighters are, as we speak, trying to control the blaze. So this picture is from a few minutes ago. These are latest pictures. And this was a fire that broke out in two packaging companies this afternoon. And it raged on for hours. It's not completely doused yet as we speak, and efforts are on to control the fire. In fact, as we speak, we're also trying to get our teams in Daman on the line with us right now to get to get the live input from there. As of now, there are no casualties. There are no reports of any casualties or anybody who's been taken to the hospital. But a significant loss in terms of property, etc., given the scale of this fire that has broken out. This is in two companies. The company itself is called Ace Packaging. Ace Packaging, we understand, makes food-grade packaging containers. So this fire was in this company, which is located in Dabel, Daman. This is in Dadra Nagar Haveli, and we should be able to get more inputs. But the scale of the fire showing that the entire unit perhaps has been gutted as we speak. Some more pictures came in showing how last-ditch attempts were made to try and at least clear the storage areas and take out all the material that was packed and kept there as part of the manufacturing process. But we don't have an update on the ground. That's the latest update, Shawan, that firefighting continues. It broke out this afternoon. Back to you for now.
Niranjan, I'll just request you to stay on with me as I'm going to just take our viewers through some of the details that have emerged so far. In terms of casualties, as my colleague Niranjan was pointing out, there is absolutely no word really coming in from the fire brigade officials. But from the preliminary report that has come in, it appears that there have been workers who were present there when the fire broke out. And in fact, this happened earlier today, and the fire continues to rage on, and that in itself is an indication of the scale of fire that we are really looking at right now in Daman. Let me also bring in my colleague Swarali, who is joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, have you been able to pick up any further information?
According to the recent information we are gathering on this entire huge story, fire tragedy that has happened in the Daman, the fire broke out around the afternoon, and let me tell you, 7 fire tenders are present on the spot, but we don't have any information regarding the casualties or injured people right now, because we are yet waiting for the official confirmation about any details. But right now, firefighters are on the spot and taking strict action around the entire spot. But we are also getting this information that workers were present in these companies. Around 7 fire tenders are on the spot, and the operation is still going on. This fire has broken out around the afternoon, and we are waiting for any further official information.
I'll request you to stay on with us, Swarali, as you're getting us more details. A quick recap as we move on to the other stories that we're tracking at this hour. A fire that has broke out in the packaging warehouse in Dabel in Daman. No word really on the casualties that have taken place so far. Well, in fact, coming up, the big story that we are tracking coming in from the Supreme Court. In fact, ASG Adv Raju has spoken about how the Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots as gang wanted a regime change. Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel should be hanged.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0. All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Where Jai Shankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
Welcome back, friends. With so much of evidence screaming from the charge sheets of Delhi police, the Supreme Court has ruled that national interest is supreme, keeping Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam behind bars till trial happens. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail of Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observations, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Rajat, speaks to Republic. The former ASG speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says gang wanted regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel should be hanged.
And after this, they wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
And Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India does not stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make him happy. All right, we begin with a breaking coming in from Karnataka's Koppal, where clash erupted between BJP and Congress workers during foundation stone laying ceremony of a railway overbridge. This was at Koppal's Gangavati, and situation turned chaotic as the political party workers clashed in the presence of Union Minister V. Somanna. The dispute began when the Congress leaders objected to the absence of district in charge minister of Karnataka government, Shivraj Tangadagi, and MP Rajasekhar Hitnal. And their names were missing from the banners, which peeved the Congress workers. Remember, there is a Congress government in Karnataka, while this is a Ministry of Railways union government event or was. As Somanna arrived, heated arguments broke out, and some Congress workers allegedly tried to surround him, and chairs were thrown. Police, of course, had to intervene. Let's try to understand what the latest situation going live to Abhishek in Bengaluru. Abhishek, has the situation been brought under control? And what's the latest you can share? Did the situation really go out of control in terms of the kind of violence that took place? It was a union government, central government event. Why did the state congressmen wanted their leaders to be there?
Soon after the heated argument between Union Minister Somana, who was present to inaugurate a project in Karnataka, it was the Minister Shivraj Tangadgi, the Minister of Kannada and Culture, and the MP demanded that their names have not been put on the banner despite it being a union government's program. They very clearly demanded that their names have to be mentioned because it was a union government's program and they had to follow a protocol in which the names of the district in charge minister and the MP had to be considered. However, Somana tried to ease up the situation by informing Shivraj Tangadgi and the Hitnal who were present there to cool down a bit because this might have done by the error of a human and they would not be repeating this in any time soon. And also it was mentioned that Somana very clearly urged that the Congress people or the supporters of Congress shouldn't create a chaos because the names of the leaders aren't present. And also he used the word patalam against the Congress karyakartas or the supporters of Congress, after which a fight broke out between the supporters of Congress and V. Somana, and the police had to intervene in between all these political leaders to ease out the situation. On the other hand, we've also seen the visuals of the Congress supporters throwing the plastic chairs on the stage where V. Somana was present to show their disrespect and anger towards the union government, which didn't use the names of the district in charge minister and the MP where Somana was present today. So a couple of minutes of heated argument, the police interference, and things have been back to the normal as of now. And also the local police have taken into some persons, the police have taken some of them into the custody or the preventive custody to make sure things will go out of the hand. And also they have mentioned that there will be an FIR if things go out of the hand. Abhishek.
Right. All right. According to you, situation now in control, and the event has really ended with that clash disrupting it when it happened. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us from Bengaluru. Koppal seeing a clash between Congress and BJP workers, moving on from Karnataka to Gujarat. Not Gujarat exactly, but Daman. And in Daman, a massive fire broke out at two packaging companies or units in the industrial area there, reportedly due to a short circuit. It began in one corner of one building and is spread to the entire industrial complex of that unit, and then from the one to the next, which was immediately in its vicinity. 7 fire tenders present at this spot as we speak. This is in Dabhel industrial area of Daman, and firefighting operation is underway as we speak. If you look at the fire and the smoke, it seems like it's a plastic unit or of some material which creates a lot of smoke. Let's try to understand if there have been any casualties, etc. Given the kind of fire that we are seeing in the pictures. Swarali joins us over the phone from Ahmedabad. Swarali, what more can you share about this Daman fire? Hope no loss of life, even if lot of loss of property.
Yes, according to the recent update we have received in, let me tell you, 18 firefighters are present on spot and the operation is still going on. The efforts to calm down the fire is still ongoing. This fire has broken out around afternoon in the Dabhel area of the companies around and two companies of Daman, and there's a huge loss of property, and right now we don't have any information about the casualties, but the firefighting operation is still going on. When this fire broke out, that there was a total chaos because according to the information we are getting in, workers and people were present on site, but right now no information about the casualties. 18 firefighters are on spot and fighting with the fire to calm down, and post that we'll get any information what was the cause of this fire which has caused a total chaos. But 18 fire tenders doing their task, totally trying to calm down the fire. It is to be seen what comes next into the investigation and what is the exact reason for this fire. Till now, we don't have any information regarding the casualties. We are waiting for the official information from the fire department. The fire broke out in the Daman, in the Dabhel area, the industrial area, in around two companies, packaging companies. We don't know about the exact information about which product packaging was done in these companies. but 18 firefighters on ground fighting the entire situation, trying to calm down fire which broke out and engulfed all these two companies entirely.
All right, thank you so much for those details. Swarali coming in from Ahmedabad. All right, moving on. Army is modernizing its firepower with the indigenous 155 ramjet shell. IIT Madras researchers and munitions India Limited engineered this advanced weapon system. The projectile is an innovation completely indigenous to Indian engineers. Take a look at this video.
The Indian Army is currently on the verge of a historic breakthrough that will make it the very first military force in the world to operationally deploy 155 ramjet-powered artillery shells, a technology that effectively turns a standard howitzer into a long-range supersonic missile launcher. Developed in a landmark collaboration between IIT Madras and Munitions India, is safe from Indian guns. To hit them, you needed expensive rockets or airstrikes. The ramjet shell shatters this limitation by cheating the physics of flight. It is a breathing projectile. When fired from a gun like the K9 Vajra or Bofors, it starts like a normal shell, but once it hits supersonic speeds, an intake opens up, sucking in oxygen from the air to burn onboard fuel. This turns the shell into a self-propelled jet that accelerates mid-flight, allowing it to glide at Mach 2 speeds for double the distance of a normal round. The tactical nightmare this creates for India's adversaries is hard to overstate. In military terms, this destroys the concept of strategic depth for the enemy. If a Pakistani armored division is assembling 60 kilometers from the line of control, they are currently safe from Indian shelling. They can fuel up, plan and rest without fear. But with the induction of ramjet shells, that safety evaporates instantly. Indian artillery Dhanush, the tracked K9 Vajra and the ultra-modern M777 lightweight howitzer. This means the Indian Army does not need to spend billions on new launchers. It can simply ship these new crates of ammunition to existing units, and overnight, a standard artillery regiment is transformed into a long-range strategic strike force. This backward compatibility is a logistical masterstroke, allowing for rapid deployment across the entire border, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the mountains of Ladakh. The economic logic behind this development is just as powerful as the military one. In a prolonged conflict like the one we are seeing in Ukraine, armies run out of missiles very quickly because they are complex and cost millions of dollars each. You cannot use a BrahMos cruise missile to destroy a simple truck convoy. It is a waste of money. Ramjet shells bridge this gap. They offer the range and precision of a small missile, but at a cost closer to that of an artillery shell. This allows the Indian Army to use saturation fire on distant targets. Instead of firing one expensive missile and hoping it hits, they can fire a dozen ramjet shells covering a whole area with explosives. This capability to sustain heavy long-range bombardment is what breaks an enemy's will to fight. Furthermore, this technology is uniquely suited for India's specific geography. In the thin air of the high Himalayas, jet engines usually struggle, but ramjet projectiles actually perform exceptionally well because there is less air resistance or drag at high altitudes. Firing these shells from mountain peaks in Arunachal or Ladakh could theoretically extend their range even further than 70 kilometers, allowing Indian guns to target Chinese infrastructure deep behind the mountains that was previously thought to be out of reach. When paired with India's NAVIC satellite guidance, which these shells are expected to use for precision, the error margin drops to mere meters. India is not just building a better bullet, it is building a cost-effective, mass-producible sniper round for its heavy guns, proving that in the modern era, indigenous innovation is the most lethal weapon of all.
All right, let's look at some of the stories in what's happening across the country through Bharat in 1 minute. Members of the CPIM party protested against the attack on Venezuela near the American consulate in Chennai. Heavy security was deployed in the area as a precautionary measure. In Ujjain, the municipal corporation carried out a demolition drive against illegal constructions near Mahakal Chowk. A T of
A team of police officials and personnel were deployed at the site to maintain law and order, and the vehicles were diverted to avoid traffic congestion. In Uttar Pradesh, Manipur police have apprehended the second accused involved in the incident of snatching money and valuables from a couple on January 1. The first accused had already been arrested and remanded to jail, while the second one is apprehended now following a police encounter. To Kota in Rajasthan, where a cotton-laden truck overturned in the Kheda area of Bundi district near Kota, resulting in multiple casualties and injuries. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla visited this hospital to inquire about the condition of the injured, as he is from Kota. All right, moving on to a breaking news. A road accident from Delhi-Mumbai Expressway being reported. These are pictures of the moment immediately after the accident. 5 people traveling in the car had a narrow escape after their vehicle skidded off the expressway near Haryana's Nuh. These are from early morning, and you can see from the condition that the fog situation might have contributed to the car skidding from the highway onto the side, and people rushing to save and evacuate the passengers. 5 of them of a family were inside. The incident was caught on camera, and the video also surfaced online. In the video, it can be clearly seen that a huge cloud of dust erupted as the car veered off the highway. After skidding off, the car stopped in an open area on the side. The video you can also see locals rushing towards the car to help the victims. The clip shows that the woman sitting on the front seat next to the driver opened the door and immediately rushed to inquire about the people in the back seat. In the meantime, of course, the villagers, the locals also came in and escorted those stuck inside to safety. This is the dust, cloud dust actually, not fog, a cloud of dust because the car skidded off the highway. All right, moving on. Okay, we stay with the story and we'll try to connect with the reporter. This has happened in the Nuh area of the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway next to Gurugram, and the car was on its way to Jaipur, is what we are being told. Nuh in Haryana, next to Gurugram, and the expressway passes, the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway passes through that area. And this is the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, the new one, and on that highway, the car skidded off the highway. Now, it remains to be seen whether the car skidded off because of the weather conditions, because of the driver misreading or misjudgment. All right, visuals there of the locals trying to save those who met with the accident. Moving on to the Venezuela story, which has been trending since Trump's commandos picked up, literally with the scruff of his neck, Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela. The deposed leader is now appearing in a New York City court, and this is for the first time after his capture by the US military in that attack, which killed at least 32 on the ground. Maduro is facing drug and weapons-related charges. He's accused of narco-terrorism by the United States. The US President Donald Trump has said that America is in charge now of Venezuela, even as the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, has been made the acting president. And Trump, of course, has called for cooperation from Delcy, with the US softening a bit and wanting the present arrangement to continue. The US is working to establish a planned interim government in Venezuela, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying the focus is on setting policy and maintaining leverage.
Greetings, good afternoon. I'm in Maracaibo, Zulia State, occidental of Venezuela. The situation here, it's it's like a holiday day, a holiday or vacations day, because the people we don't have we don't have too much movement in the vehicles. This highway unit to two principal cities here in Zulia State, Maracaibo and San Francisco City. We make a around in all the city of Maracaibo. We can see the people in their homes, because the environment just right now is uncertain, because the government, the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, make announce that she's announce she take oath in the presidents of Venezuela the next Monday in the morning. The National Assembly make that oath of Delcy Rodriguez with in the presidents of Venezuela, temporary presidency. Well, just right now, I can tell Maracaibo and the occidental of Venezuela that the situation just right now is in all calm, thanks calm, because the people just right now we can. It's too difficult to make a prediction about what can happen in Venezuela. Today's remember the government of U.S. Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. He announced Venezuela was the government of U.S. take the administration of the country of Venezuela. That make so many reactions in all the world. Of course, in Venezuela we have reactions. So many people and with sympathy with the government of Maduro make activities and meetings in some areas of Caracas. In Maracaibo and other cities, we don't see any meetings. But in Caracas, the situation is different. So many people, the collectives and the people with sympathy with Maduro make so many reunions and meetings in protest for a detention of Nicolás Maduro. That is the information here in the occidental of Venezuela. Well, if we can, if we know about something additional, we can send another contact. Greetings.
All right, that was a ground report coming in from Venezuela for you, friends. Back home, and Kuki militants have carried out a bomb attack using IEDs in a Meitei-dominated village of Bishnupur district in Manipur. We are getting to you fresh pictures of the same, essentially amidst a reigning calm that has prevailed in Manipur for a while. We are seeing now Kuki militants getting active again. How the center would respond, let's see.
Fresh explosions rocked parts of Manipur early Monday morning. Suspected Kuki militants allegedly hurled multiple improvised explosive devices into a Meitei village in Bishnupur district, triggering panic and chaos among residents. The attack took place at a Naganu-Kon village, barely 300 to 500 meters from a Central Reserve Police Force camp. At least 2 villagers, including a woman, were injured after bomb splinters struck them. One house was gutted after being directly hit by an explosive device. Following the blasts, the area was sealed off. Security forces launched combing and search operations. This is not an isolated incident. Just over 2 weeks ago, open firing was reported at Phogakcho village in the same district, prompting security tightening across vulnerable pockets in Bishnupur. The latest attack comes in the backdrop of Manipur's ethnic conflict between Meitei and Kuki groups. The violence in 2023 was triggered after Kuki Zo tribals living in the hill districts protested over a High Court recommendation for granting scheduled tribe status to the Meitei community members. Amid continuing unrest, the Union Home Ministry recently granted a fourth extension to the high-level inquiry panel probing the violence. Manipur is currently under President's rule, which was imposed on 13th of February last year after the then Chief Minister N. Biren Singh resigned.
All right, with this we come to an end of this bulletin, but coming up on the other side, exact details from the Supreme Court verdict in the Tukre gang case. Key conspirators to continue to stay in jail. Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam, not coming out soon.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
These are not media trials. These are strong campaign-based issues. Journalism which has brought the truth out. The only thing that sustains is public interest. Public interest is national interest.
What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? And how many jobs does it take away?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
Five, 4, 3.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Tanisha Avasti. The Supreme Court has denied bail to the Delhi riots 2020, Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. And what we're going to get you next after the headlines is the proof that nails and shows how it was Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid that were responsible and had incited the riots that took place in the national capital in the year 2020. We'll get you all that and much more, but first a quick check of the headlines. Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes strong observations, rules that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid are on different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in a Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks to Republic. ASG Adv Raju speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says gang wanted the regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam should be hanged to death.
They wanted to make me happy, basically. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy. And it was important to make me happy. They do trade. And we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India does not stop buying the Russian oil, says it's necessary to make me happy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we start this edition with the top focus story that's coming in from the national capital. Republic has now gotten exclusive access to details against the regime change operation and the regime change plotters. There is proof and enough proof against Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. The pictures, the chats and the evidence. What the Supreme Court said has now been given out in pictures that show how there were that Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were the plotters, were the ones who incited the violence. These are pictures that show how Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid had plotted the 2020 Delhi riots case. The pictures, chats and evidence show how there was an attempt for a regime change. The chats have now been accessed by Republic that show how Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam planned the mayhem. In pictures, you will see how Chakka Jam and Shaheen Bagh planning had happened. Pictures on your screen also show how secret meeting between Umar Khalid and Tukre gang was held in the national capital. And there are also WhatsApp chats on your screen right now that show how massive economic disruption was planned. These are the proof, ladies and gentlemen, that show how Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were responsible for the Delhi riots, and they had planned, and it was not just something that happened in a spur of a moment, but it was a well-planned and orchestrated attack that took place. Shravan, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that note. Shravan, there are WhatsApp chats, there are documents, and there are pictures in black and white that they reveal how there was planning, plotting of the regime change operation that was done, and that Delhi riots that happened in the year 2020 was not something that happened in the spur of the moment. It was something that was well executed, planned, and orchestrated.
Well, in fact, it all started in 2019 when the first meeting that took place was in JNU. And the main conspirators, which includes Sharjeel Imam as well as Umar Khalid, their plan was basically to corner the government. In fact, these meetings that were taking place in JNU on the pretext of saying that minorities were being persecuted. In fact, a group was thereafter started. The first trial was, of course, the CAA and the NRC protest that took place. In fact, this specific instruction that was given in multiple WhatsApp groups was that it is no longer going to be a peaceful protest a sit-in protest that is going to take place, but it is going to be disruptive in nature. And that's when the idea basically came in, that why not essentially go in for protests at highways and carry out blockades, resulting in what we essentially saw in Shaheen Bagh. So what happened in 2019 was the precursor to the 2020 riots. In fact, 2019, it had basically fallen flat after a point in time because there wasn't enough mobilization. In fact, if you look at the evidence that has been produced before the court, there are multiple secret meetings. In fact, these meetings had taken place just before President Trump was supposed to visit India. And that's when a decision essentially was taken that they would send across a message, and that message would be that the minorities in India are being targeted by the Modi government. Now, that's exactly what the plan was if you simply go by the evidence that has been gathered by the Delhi police. Now, what is the nature of the evidence? They are electronic in nature. These are digital evidence that has been gathered by the investigative agencies, which includes the Delhi Police's crime branch and the special cell. And they're also looking at not just the meetings that were taking place, Tanisha. Importantly, in the charge sheet that has been filed, they also make a mention of the funding that was received, which indicates that this was a globally backed regime change that was, that was in place. In fact, they're also looking at funding coming in from abroad. While in the charge sheet, they say that an attempt was made to convert black money into white money by, fueling it through multiple NGOs that were essentially working. Now, these are some of the evidence that has been gathered by the Delhi police over a period of time, which goes on to indicate that this was all well-planned, a pre-planned conspiracy, and at the helm of affairs was none other than Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. There was also a political link that had basically emerged much later, that is when Tahir Hussain had also stepped in, but that was also calibrated over a period of time.
Right, absolutely, Shravan. In fact, the pictures that we're showing it to our viewers on our screen, the WhatsApp chats, if you can just go back to the WhatsApp chat, it showed how a group named DPSG was there. Shaheen Bagh was the #1 location. And also this picture that we see on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, the picture shows how there was a mobilization of Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid, along with other conspirators also who were responsible for inciting the mob in Delhi riots. Now, this picture specifically, ladies and gentlemen, was taken on 23rd of Jan 2020. In pictures, you have Umar Khalid, you have Sharjeel Imam, and present with them are the other conspirators of the Delhi riots case that had taken place back on 2020. And Shravan, like you were telling us about how it was not in 2020 at the moment when the riots broke out, it was the planning of the same was being done from 2019. What we also saw in other pictures, Shravan, is how Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam had met Yogendra Yadav as well.
Well, in fact, not just Sharjeel Imam and for that matter, Umar Khalid, there were several others who were basically part of this meeting, what has essentially been called in the group as the intelligentsia. And the fact that they were basically getting some sort of a backing to carry out these protests. Now, as far as what was essentially discussed in those meetings, now, from these WhatsApp groups, there is a specific mention of the protests that are going to take place. They are going to be disruptive in nature, and more importantly, pamphlets are going to be circulated. These pamphlets were provocative in nature and particularly targeting not just the government but also various institutions of the country. So it wasn't some sort of a political fight that they were basically looking at, but a complete anarchy on the ground, chaos to be created. So it wasn't a means by which they were protesting the policies of the government, but largely their disruptive mindset, the anarchy, was at the heart of the discussion that was actually taking place. And how exactly is the Delhi police really backing the claims? They're essentially relying upon the evidence, the testimonies that have been gathered over a period of time. They're relying on several WhatsApp groups that were basically created, and more importantly, how it has been corroborated by the incidents that have taken place on the ground. If you look at several maps that were actually, perhaps distributed in those WhatsApp groups, these are the same very places where the riots actually broke out. So there is a clear mobilization that was actually taking place.
Right.
It appeared to be protests where you had armed people.
Right. Also, Shravan, one last question before I let you go. There are also the Delhi police in Supreme Court earlier, not today, but earlier hearings had also said how there was operation regime change that was meticulously planned by Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid and the group. And this current picture that we are showing it to our viewers, Shravan, it includes 5 main characters: Umar Khalid, Tahira Daud, Sharjeel Imam, Yogendra Yadav and Prashant Tandon as well. Shravan, talk to us about what exactly was the regime change plot that the Delhi police had cited in the Supreme Court. Also how very cleverly it was planned at a time when Donald Trump was supposed to come to India.
Well, in fact, the timing is extremely important. While the Delhi police maintains that 2019, what we saw in 2020 was essentially a replica of 2019. The only difference was that the mobilization was different, the backing that came in was different, and they actually managed to amplify their protest on the ground. If you go by the way the money was actually coming in, it does appear that this was not something organic in nature. It was orchestrated to a greater extent. And when the announcement was made that President Trump was going to visit India, the fact that he was going to Gujarat, thereafter to Agra, and finally coming to the national capital, it was all timed. Because if you really look at the first instance where where the riot actually broke out, a communal angle was given to it, because that was the aim, to basically send across a message to global leaders that minorities are being targeted in India. Preceding that, there have been numerous speeches that were basically delivered by Sharjeel Imam, be it in Aligarh Muslim University or for that matter in JNU, and all of it had the same pitch. The pitch was very clear, that create anarchy at any cost. The very fact that you have a chicken's neck being one another target, saying that chicken's neck would be cut off, and that is a way to teach a lesson to the Indian government.
Right.
Now these were, essentially all of it was discussed, was planned, and it was orchestrated by the very people that you see on your screens.
Absolutely, Shravan. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, this continues to remain as one of our top focus story, also debating tonight at 8 p.m. with Arnab. Meanwhile, just a few hours back, Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami spoke to ASG SV Raju, specifically on the regime change operation that was planned by the rioters, by the plotters. Here is what SV Raju had to say.
Do you think it also sends message out to others who turn agitations into an opportunity to block the streets, impair the democratic process, question governance? In that sense, was that also, in your view, the intent of this judgment?
I'll tell you, Arnav, the intent of this so-called agitation, I will not call it an agitation, it was an operation for regime change. They felt that they did. Our case is, I'm telling you from papers, our case is that these people failed to get a mass movement started in case of Babri Masjid and other incidents. So they felt that this was their chance to have a mass movement, something like Bangladesh or something, and there would be a regime change. Our specific case is that this was not a simple agitation against CAA. It was the entire purpose was to have a regime change. And that was the purpose. All the CAA and the poor people were hoodwinked, and they were sought to be made victims by asking them to participate without realizing what the actual motive and intention was. To some extent, I must tell you, Arnav, the fact that American lawmakers have supported the bail gives some credence. I may not say 100% that maybe this so-called regime change was engineered from outside. I'm not making any allegations. I'm only guessing. It's in the realm of suspicion. Otherwise, why would American lawmakers be interested in a case in India? There are so many other cases, hundreds of cases. Why they have not said anything about any other case? And they have not read the judgment. They have not read the earlier judgment of the High Court. They have not read the case papers. They have not seen the evidence. They don't know what the Indian law is. Indian law is totally different from the English or American law as far as terrorist activities are concerned. And straight away they issue a statement that to give him a bail. Asking the court to deliver a particular type of judgment, according to me, amounts to contempt, amounts to interference with the administration of justice. If these people were in India, probably they would have been hauled up for contempt.
Yeah, I mean, they have spread this canard.
Yes, sir.
Over the last few days, they've spread this canard, Mr. Raju, especially internationally, Mamdani, 10 US lawmakers, that there's been no legal process. These poor chaps have got no legal support. They've not been through a trial. They are being incarcerated without trial. That's been their core attempt. I find it very interesting what you say there, that this is not, therefore, this proves the case, doesn't it? That this is not innocent. You have described Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam as the intellectual architects of the conspiracy. But the problem with these people is, you also say those projected as intellectuals are more dangerous because they guide and direct others. But they also keep a sliver of deniability.
Yes.
They keep a sliver of denial. They won't actually go and burn a car, but they will incite other people to burn a car, to block the roads. So they've always got this sliver of deniability. They've always got this way in which they can guide a riot and then get away at the last minute. So you think this judgment will stop any further such attempts?
It will go a long way in stopping such attempts, Arnav, and it will reveal to those potential terrorists who are waiting in the wings to refrain from such activities, feeling that they may not get bail, and even persons who were victims, not victims who were killed, but victims who are misguided into taking part in the agitation will also be now feel wary about it, and they will also keep their hands off.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a quick check of all the other stories that are making headlines. This is Bharat in 1 minute. Were diverted to avoid traffic congestion. Manipur police have apprehended the second accused involved in the incident of snatching money and valuables from a couple on January 1st. The first accused had already been arrested and remanded to jail, while the second was apprehended following a police encounter. A truck laden with cotton overturned in Daikheda in Bundi district of Rajasthan, resulting in multiple casualties and injuries. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla later visited the hospital to inquire about the condition of the injured. Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald Trump outlined a plan to help Venezuela by deploying United States oil giants to extract its vast reserves, which account nearly for 18% of the global totals, but only 1% are currently utilized. The plan promises no cost to America as companies invest billions to repair infrastructure and generate profits for the people. Experts explained the challenges of Venezuelan crude vicious and noted that ongoing United States sanctions have quarantined exports, mainly impacting China, marking quick benefits, unlikely amid geopolitical risks. Here's a quick detailed report on that.
At my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. Well, you know, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
Estimates indicate that actually Venezuela has the most underground resources of oil-related product that could be brought into the market. The Venezuelan...
Breaking news coming in. J.D. Vance's home in Ohio has now been attacked. We learned that one suspect has been arrested, is what the reports claim. United States Vice President's residence has been attacked. Shots were fired at J.D. Vance's home in Ohio. And pictures on your screen show how windows were smashed at J.D. Vance's residence. J.D. Vance's home has been attacked with reports of windows being smashed as Secret Service has swarmed the area. The United States Vice President's property was damaged in the early hours. And the police have said that they've taken a person into custody, is what the foreign media reports have been claiming. It is unclear where J.D. Vance was at the time of the attack. The politician was, however, in Florida last Friday meeting with Donald Trump. That's his latest update. We also learned that J.D. Vance had spent a day with Trump, and this was just yesterday, but he did not join the president and the other top administration's officials to watch the attack on Venezuela that was carried out. We now learn that fresh visuals of his home being attacked has now surfaced. This is the residence of J.D. Vance in Ohio, which has been attacked by miscreants. One person has been arrested, is what we learn. And reports are now claiming that there are J.D. Vance's residence in Ohio. Ohio has been attacked, and we now learn that one suspect has been arrested by the agencies. There were several windows that had been smashed. The residence had been attacked. J.D. Vance, we learn, according to reports, was not present at the time of the attack in his residence. But the visuals show how the window panes were smashed and the house had been attacked. This is his residence. Secret Service have rushed to the scene. The Secret Service agents and police officers have swarmed the residence of United States Vice President J.D. Vance in early hours of Monday morning. It is unclear whether J.D. Vance was at the residence at the time of the attack or not. These are the initial details that we are picking up. We also learn that the suspect in the case has now been arrested after he fired shots on J.D. Vance's residence. And details are just coming in how Secret Service agents are still at the spot, and there is probe underway to find out the details on who was behind the attack that took place. The police has launched an investigation following an alleged incident at the home of United States President J.D. Vance. Several windows were found to be broken, and officers were spotted searching the area around his house early this morning. The United States Secret Service had called for police at 12:15 a.m. is what we learn after seeing someone running eastbound, is what the reports have claimed. Abhishek, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. Abhishek, yes, what are the details that we are picking up?
Well, so we have a picture of a window pane smashed at the residence of Vice President J.D. Vance. It seems like this has happened in the evening. We do not know whether at that very moment the U.S. Vice President was at home or not. Those details are still awaited, but this seems clearly to be a case of somebody attempting to target the Vice President or send a message, possibly a political message, because you don't harm the U.S. Vice President with stones. You only try to sort of send a message that he is not liked. This could be possibly a reaction to American action in Venezuela. And because remember, the Democrats have not really liked it. Even within the United States, there is a lot of consternation at the fact that a sovereign country's president has been picked up, and there is not enough international law backing. Everybody in the United States perhaps knows that. We have seen muted, opposition coming in because ultimately the American deep state controls those reactions. But even within that framework, we have seen an element of discomfiture. So maybe some of it getting reflected in this stone pelting and window smashing of the Vice President residence in the United States. More details are awaited. As they come, we'll get back to you. But these pictures clearly suggesting that it's not all hunky-dory. And while the Trump administration is getting a lot of credit from the mega constituency on the daredevilry in terms of executing the abduction of President Maduro from Caracas, but the fact remains it's an abduction. And in whatever other name. So obviously, this seems like more a political statement being made by smashing the windows of the residence of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Abhishek, for getting us those details. Latest visuals coming in from Ohio, where J.D. Vance's residence has been attacked by miscreants, is what Abhishek was telling us. The Secret Service agents have rushed to the spot, and they're currently investigating around who could be the possible people around this attack. The attack was so severe, ladies and gentlemen. As you see on your screens, the window panes have been smashed, the window glasses have been broken, and we are continuing to stay on that story, but for now it's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, getting you more evidence that prove how Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid have been planning and orchestrating the 2020 Delhi riots, not just in the year 2020, but also from 2019.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
5, 4, 3 S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Performance normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited.
First stage performance normal. One, zero. S200 motors ignited. Plus 5 seconds. P1 tracking. S200 motors separated. Two, one, zero. First stage performance normal.
The prototype of the half-humanoid being made for the first unmanned Gaganyaan mission. I can monitor through module parameters, alert you, and perform life support operations.
Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Supreme Court makes a strong observation, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's courtroom warrior, the lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, Adv Raju, speaks to Republic TV. ASG Adv Raju speaks about how Tukre gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says the gang wanted regime change.
हम कहना चाहेंगे 2 लोगों को जो बेल नहीं दी गई है उसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन 5 लोगों को जो बेल दी गई है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बेल नहीं देनी चाहिए। इनको बेल देने का मतलब है कि हम सनातनियों को फांसी देने का काम किया जा रहा है, तो जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए।
Victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam should be hanged.
And after this, they wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Modi's a very good man. Yes. He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
Donald Trump threatens India to raise tariffs if India doesn't stop buying Russian oil, says it's necessary to make him happy. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in from US, where the Vice President J.D. Vance's home has been attacked. Several windows have been smashed. In fact, one person is in custody and an investigation is underway following an incident at the Ohio residence of Vice President J.D. Vance. In fact, as we speak, the Secret Service is at the spot. Some officials indicating that the Vance family was not at home at the time of the incident, and the authorities do not believe that the person entered the Vice President's home. Now, these images that you see on your screens coming in from local news outlets have indicated the damage to the windows of the residence, but at this stage, it's still unclear as to what exactly occurred. The last public visit that was made, or a public appearance that was made, was when the operation was carried out by the US Armed Forces in Venezuela, when the Secret Service agents immediately thereafter had rushed to his spot. In fact, J.D. Vance was last seen with President Trump in Florida. That was on last Friday, where he met the president. He spent the entire day with the president and at the president's West Palm Beach residence to discuss the strikes on Venezuela and the operation to remove Nicolas Maduro. But it turns out that the vice president actually did not join the president and other administrative officials at Mar-a-Lago to watch it being carried out. In fact, the vice president was watching this entire operation through a secure video conference. Now, immediately thereafter is when vice president's residence was also attacked. As we speak, we are given to understand a suspect has already been taken into custody. And Vance's office has now indicated that the investigation is underway. They're not very clear at this point in time whether they've been able to identify who the suspect is and, more importantly, what was the objective here. Let me also bring in my colleague from the newsroom in a short while from now. Before that, General K.K. Sinha is joining us on this broadcast. General K.K. Sinha, there are two factions there currently in America, those who haven't really supported the administration, the Trump administration's decision to take out Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela, and saying that this is the high-handedness of the Republicans, which is out in display.
Good evening, and Jai Hind. We have heard that early in the morning, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance's house at Cincinnati was, attacked. The windows was, basically broken in that, and it was shattered. The Secret Service has responded on that, and they have, they apprehended one person and taken him into custody. They are actually carrying out the investigation. They must have got the detail by now, but it is not out. And no one was there. And this is a big, it is a 2.3 acres.
General K.K. Sinha, I'm just sorry to interrupt here, because we're getting in the first-hand information now directly from US, where a consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla, is joining us. Saurabh, the report essentially suggesting that some shots were fired, windows have been damaged, and the Vance family was not present when the firing actually took place. Any more details that you're picking up?
Yes, absolutely. It's a serious incident that has been reported from Vice President J.D. Vance's home in Cincinnati in the U.S. And in fact, this was around 12:15 in the night when it was reported. And the police, the local police there, and the Secret Service agents, which guards the president and the vice president in the U.S., they responded to this incident. And this has also been captured by the local TV cameras, where there is a damage to the windows of the home. I've just spoken to a source here at the White House as well. They're still trying to ascertain what really happened, but it's confirmed that the vice president and his family are unharmed, and obviously they're taking this seriously, given the situation, the security situation as such. That there has been a operation by the U.S. in Venezuela, and that's the reason why the security, in fact, has been beefed up. In fact, even the White House perimeter security has been beefed up because of that. But with this incident coming up, obviously there will be extra deployment as well. This is a developing story, and I want to tell our viewers who are hearing and watching us that this is a serious but a developing story, and the vice president and his family are unharmed, and one person has also been detained from the location.
Saurabh, any more details with regards to the suspect? Because some reports suggest that the Secret Service was able to perhaps intercept, and they've got a preliminary information about the motive behind the firing. Any more details are you picking up? Have they released the picture of the suspect, and was there at all he was part of a larger group?
We are waiting for a briefing from the local authorities, Shravan, and I will not like to hazard a guess there, and obviously being a responsible news network.
Saurabh, I'm just sorry, we are just cutting across to another breaking news now coming in. These are the first set of visuals coming in of Maduro's movement. He's likely he's being moved from the detention center to the court, where he's going to be presented before the court later today. In fact, he was kept at a detention center in New York, is what we're being told. The trial is going to begin later today. These images now coming in from outside the Federal Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Interestingly, Saurabh, the first day when the images actually came in of Nicolas Maduro reaching New York, there was an open van, and many would say that the Trump administration was literally parading the Venezuelan president on the streets of New York.
I saw some of those visuals as well, and, I was a bit surprised at how that happened. But obviously, when he goes for the court appearance today, you will see a lot more security presence. And obviously, he's a high-value, prisoner, so to say, and will get a lot of security. But yes, because of his court presence, New York, in fact, Manhattan, where he'll be produced before a judge today, has a much higher security presence. And obviously, this will set up an extra perimeter control to make sure that there's no untoward incident at all. So that's the situation from the ground as it exists, Shravan.
Saurabh, just to take our viewers through some of the details coming in with regards to what is essentially expected. In the court, in fact, you've had Attorney General Pam putting out details of the indictment that has taken place and the way it has changed. 2020, when we saw the first set of indictment really coming in, and at least on 5 counts he has been charged. It turns out that his wife too has now been indicted. What is the process that is going to be followed now, given the fact that you've already had the first indication really coming in from the Trump administration that full wrath of the American justice would be seen in the days to come?
Well, as you have yourself said, that there was a whole, the indictment which has happened, and Pam Bondi is the key person who's handling this case personally, will make sure that it's a watertight case, because this is, as I said, is being a very high-profile case, and it also is linked to the overall charges that have been brought out against Nicolas Maduro. As you know, that he had a $50 million bounty now on his head, and obviously, U.S. side, after taking this extreme measure of getting him, in fact, extracting him out of Venezuela in a special, forces operation, will want to make sure that it has a proper case against him. That's the reason why, even in this operation, you had the DOJ agents who were embedded with the special forces team to make sure that all legal procedures were taken into consideration, because courts here, as you know, he will appear before the U.S. District Judge, Justice Hellerstein in Manhattan, usually make sure that this is an independent process, and they want to make sure that all the procedures according to law have been undertaken. And that is the first step when they usually bring a suspect before them. So that's the reason the DOJ, which is making sure that there is a watertight case against Maduro, and that's what you will see when this indictment, happens today. And the main charges is that he was accused of running an not only illegitimate, corrupt government, but largely it was being funded through a drug operation that flooded the U.S. and with his cocaine narco-terrorism. That's what is expected to come out. The details we'll have to wait and see when this arraignment happens today in the Manhattan court, Chavan.
Saurabh, I'll request you just stay with us as we take our viewers through the latest images now coming in from the Metropolitan Detention Center. Now, there is, as Saurabh, our chief consulting editor, was pointing out, undoubtedly, Nicolas Maduro happens to be a high-value target here. There is a growing opposition also within the United States of America with regards to the manner in which a sitting president was taken out, while President Trump has said that this is an act to protect America from what they've been calling that to prevent America from falling in the abyss of drug trafficking. And in fact, in the 2020 indictment, President Nicolas Maduro has been charged of drug trafficking, and more importantly, he has been dubbed as a drug criminal. In fact, the first set of images, if I'm not wrong, this is the first image of Maduro coming out, being taken out of the vehicle there, and in all likelihood he would be presented before the court today. That will be the first appearance. Of course, the first set of images came in was the moment the team, in fact the Delta Force, landed in New York. The image was of Maduro in his night suit. In fact, this operation that has been carried out by the Delta Force in Caracas, the capital city, where we are given to understand a swift military operation that was carried out to take out Maduro from Caracas, and President Trump essentially declaring that the United States of America would be running Venezuela till the time a government is in place. Vice President Delcy Rodriguez basically takes over as the interim president here. But there is also growing opposition in Venezuela, particularly in the manner this was essentially done, while there is also a section in Venezuela celebrating what they're calling the end of the dictatorship, starting with Hugo Chavez, and of course thereafter his protege, that is Nicolas Maduro, who's now been taken out, and he is going to face the trial in the United States of America. But several questions also now being raised about the manner in which this was done, because this is, after all, a government that was recognized by the United Nations, and the action of United States of America is largely being viewed as a violation of international law. For more on this, let me also bring in my colleague and our chief consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, you perhaps would now have a ringside view of what's really happening in American politics, because the Democrats, given the fact that they've said that the US Congress was not kept in the loop when this operation was carried out, and you've had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that the reason why this was not being done was primarily because they suspected that there could be further leaks taking place. How do you really see this panning out in the coming few days?
So I can tell you that obviously, as it was expected on the political line, that the Democrats will oppose this, while the President, Donald Trump, has a complete backing of the Republican parties. In fact, tomorrow he's meeting the U.S. Congress convenes today. Today is the first day after the break that the lawmakers are gathered here in Washington, D.C. And obviously this issue will be raised in a big manner. But I can tell you that if you ask me from the standpoint, I've been speaking to people here at the White House, the security agencies, clearly this was a very difficult operation. You can imagine a country which was guarded, Mr. Maduro's wealth not only stemmed from his narco-terrorism, but also the oil wealth. And he was guarded heavily. He had extensive Chinese origin air batteries. So all that had to be made sure, and that, the U.S. Special Forces, they wanted to make sure that there were no casualties of the forces which went inside the compound of Mr. Maduro. So it was purely, in security terms, a newcomer security as well. That it was a very, very difficult operation, and that's the reason why only a handful within the administration, they were in the loop. If you see those images that were released as well, there were only few people inside that room. It was completely need to know. And in fact, there was an element of surprise as well, because just ahead of that operation, President Trump was having a dinner at Mar-a-Lago, where he then, slipped out of that dinner and went to that makeshift control room that was set up, where they were watching from live cameras as this operation unfolded. So clearly they wanted to make sure that there was no leak. That was one. Secondly, in the past as well, for national security purposes, all over these kind of operations have happened, where the opposition and the key lawmakers were informed later. In terms of opposition, obviously, the Democratic Party will make a, case out of this. But the fact remains that this bounty that was there on Mr. Maduro's head stayed on during the regime of Joe Biden as well, who was a Democratic president. So the U.S. has consistently maintained this, and when the explanation that has come out that this country is in Western Hemisphere, which poses a direct threat to the security of the U.S., and obviously the U.S. nationals were getting killed because of the narco trafficking ring that he was running. In some ways, I would say by bringing him to justice, what the U.S. has also done, because this drug trafficking that was happening was not only happening in the U.S., but to many other countries across the globe. So I think, in some ways, a lot of people are hailing. In fact, here, I was talking to some of the Venezuelan community members who are here in the U.S. They're very happy because not only was he running the country with an iron hand, but a lot of excesses that had happened as well. So that's the other side of the story. But obviously, we'll have to wait and watch what the court says now, because this is the first step when he's taken to a Manhattan court, where the judge will decide whether he can be tried in the U.S. And DOJ sources are telling me that they have a watertight case, given the gravity of the crime that Mr. Maduro has committed. Shaman.
One big concern would also be what really happens and what's the motive behind it. While in the press conference that took place at the tea room in Mar-a-Lago, you've essentially seen President Trump saying that this was with the intention of just drug trafficking, to put an end to drug trafficking. But perhaps addressing the elephant in the room here, that's the Venezuelan oil. And Saurabh, as we speak, latest images now coming in of Maduro being taken out. Yes. He's being put in a chopper as we speak right now. Not very sure. Is it because to avoid perhaps taking him through the busy areas of New York, or it's going to be a Monday morning, so to avoid the busy areas from Brooklyn, and as he's taken out, I'm also going to speak over these images now coming in. So these are the first set of images now in prison clothes of Maduro being taken inside a chopper. Saurabh.
Yeah, absolutely. There are both the concerns. One, obviously, the security concern is there, and certainly if you know that they want to make sure that he's a high-value prisoner, and obviously he's being brought for his first court appearance, they want to make sure that all the security protocols are in place. And certainly, it's a busy Monday morning for Manhattan, and obviously Manhattan has a busy schedule when it comes to traffic. So both the considerations must have been there. But as I was speaking earlier, Shavan, that yes, there is, and President Trump himself said that the whole idea why the U.S. side is now actively helping the vice president in Venezuela, the current vice president who's now taken over as the acting president, is they don't want any chaos to happen. And Venezuela certainly has the highest, reserves of any country across the globe. And, much of this oil was actually going to China since they were sanctioned on Venezuela. So certainly they want to make sure that not only that there is no resultant chaos there in Venezuela post-Maduro, but also the global oil supply chain, that's not disrupted. That's the reason why this will be a combination where in the next few days you will see some agreement coming up with the government there to make sure that the U.S. oil companies can go in and they can sidestep the sanctions now that Nicolas Maduro has gone. So certainly this is obviously, as I call it, a strategic move. They got somebody who was on a wanted list of the U.S. Because of the narco-terrorism charges, but also certainly there is a strategic interest of ensuring that Venezuelan oil do not actually...
Well, like Chief Consulting Editor Saurabh Shukla taking us through the developments taking place in New York. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to appear in New York court in a short while from now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
These are not media trials. These are strong campaign-based issues. Journalism which has brought the truth out. The only thing that sustains is public interest. Public interest is national interest. What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? And how many jobs does it take away?
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
5, 4, 3 S200 motors.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts, from jeering comments on Pakistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Oyana Mitra. Over the next half an hour, I'll take you through those 6 stories that have dominated the headlines today. So here we go. Up first, a story that your channel, Republic TV, has closely tracked over the years. The Supreme Court today has rejected the bail plea of terrorists Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. What is it that the top court has observed in the Delhi riots conspiracy case? We'll tell you all about that. Second, deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to make his first court appearance in New York City. He's charged with narco-terrorism. What lies next for him? Third, the SRKKR controversy that is now snowballing, viewers. We will explain why is it that a rattled Bangladesh has ordered the complete suspension of IPL streaming in the country. Next, 3 case studies from 3 different cities shed light on gross mismanagement by the authorities providing something as basic as clean drinking water. It started with Indore, it has spilled over to other cities. What is happening? We'll tell you. Then we take you to Chhattisgarh, where Maoists have struck in the Red Corridor region of Bijapur with an IED blast now being reported. Those details coming up on the show. And finally, a look at what's happening in Manipur, which is on edge to the latest face-off between Kuki and Meitei groups. With that, let's get started. And on to our first story of the day, viewers. The Supreme Court today refused to grant bail to terrorists Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam in a case registered under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, that is UAPA, related to the larger conspiracy behind the February 2020 Delhi riots, national capital. Though bail was granted to 5 other co-accused, the Supreme Court has made some very strong observations while denying bail to Umar Khalid and to Sharjeel Imam. Republic TV, your channel, has tracked this story since 2020. We'll get you everything that the court has said and some exclusive visuals that are coming up for you in this next report.
हम हिंदुस्तान और नॉर्थ ईस्ट को परमानेंटली कट कर सकते हैं।
The Supreme Court today pronounced a verdict on the bail plea of the 3 riots accused, which claimed the lives of 53 people. While 5 among the 7 accused received bail, but the main perpetrators and conspirators of the Delhi riots were denied bail. Here's what the court said while denying bail to the Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. It's the biggest setback that the Tukde gang could have ever imagined. Hari Solanki, father of Raju Solanki, one of the 53 victims of the Delhi riots, had earlier demanded nothing less than a capital punishment for all the accused in the case. Listen to what he had said before the verdict.
All right, viewers, we had to cut out of that because we are getting live pictures that are now coming in from New York. On your screens are the visuals of Venezuelan deposed President Nicolas Maduro, who is now set to make his first court appearance in New York after being charged with narco-terrorism. Well, there you can see the visuals of a police convoy that has been escorting the deposed president to the New York court. Heavy security over there. In fact, earlier, just a short while back, we got you the first pictures of the convoy that was headed from the Brooklyn jail, from where he was being held, to the courtroom. And just a short while from now, we're expected to get more developments on what is exactly set to happen inside the courtroom. A motorcade carrying ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was seen leaving the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. In fact, as we speak, these are the latest pictures that are coming in very close to the courtroom in Brooklyn in New York, where he is set to make his first appearance. Follows his capture by the US military in a strike on Saturday, now set to appear facing narco-terrorism charges. I'll hand it over to our chief consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla, who joins us on the phone line with more details about these latest developments, Saurabh, that are coming in from New York.
Thank you. As we know that Nicolas Maduro faces serious charges here in the U.S., this is the first
court appearance that he has, and I want to tell our viewers that essentially what really happens, that this is the first step of a long-drawn process that's expected to take place here in the U.S. courts. As you know, that the U.S. judiciary is very, very, independent, and that's the reason why the prosecutors want to make sure that there is a watertight case against him, and that's the reason why, even when this raid happened, there were agents of Department of Justice, which is managing this case. They were embedded during this entire process as well when he was captured and brought here to the U.S. And he will be presented before a district judge here who will then, it will be a short hearing, who will then just decide in the first place whether he can be tried here in the U.S. and if proper procedures were followed when he was, obviously detained, because he had a long pending, he was on the U.S. most wanted list and also had a $50 million US bounty on his head, which had happened from the first Trump administration, was continued by President Biden, and now President Donald Trump made sure that it was executed and Nicolas Maduro was brought back to the U.S. to face justice. So that's essentially going to happen. It's a very high-value case, so to say. A lot of attention, media is already there in the U.S., covering this. That's the reason why the security has been built up. They don't want to take any chances, both in Manhattan, where he will appear, and also in other critical parts, including Washington, D.C. The security has been beefed up just in case there are any trouble which is created. So that's the situation as it exists. As I mentioned earlier, that this will be a short hearing, and this is essentially procedural hearing just to make sure that everything against him that has been done and that they follow the due course of law in following the protocol, the judicial protocol, because the courts here take this very, very seriously, and that's what is essentially going to happen when he's brought before a court today.
Right. Saurabh, I request you to stay on with us as we keep track of those live visuals that are now coming in from New York viewers over there, the convoy that is carrying the deposed president to the courtroom. Saurabh, if you can take our viewers through the legal options that now lie in front of the former president, and if at all there is any way out from the charges that he now faces in the United States.
I can tell you that obviously, the more substantive details will come out, but sources I've been speaking to here in Washington, D.C. and even in Manhattan who are handling this case, they are saying that clearly this is not only a high-profile case, but the case which impacts the whole issue of narco-terrorism in the manner in which the Maduro regime was funneling drugs, his cocaine trade. They have the financial links. Also, there have been intercepts that they have. All that will be presented in the due course. Certainly, what will happen now is like a curtain raiser, if you may say, of this entire case. They want to make sure that they have a watertight case. That's the reason why the charges that he's facing are very serious. And certainly, this judge will determine. It's a first step in a long-drawn judicial process. Let me say it. Mr. Maduro obviously will get his lawyers to fight this case as well. And there will be arguments, counter-arguments, but certainly this case is such that the U.S. will make sure that it presents all the evidence so that this case faces scrutiny and stands the test of trial here in the U.S. So that's the whole situation, and I want to just, again, recap what really happened. So this is arraignment is actually, as it is referred to in the U.S., is the first step when you have to start a judicial trial where the judge will ensure it is going to be a brief hearing, that this case is fit enough to be tried here in the U.S. courts, and the U.S. courts have a jurisdiction over this case. So it essentially is determining the jurisdiction of this case, and certainly that is the way the Department of Justice here in the U.S. has presented the charges. Obviously, you will get the details once there is a briefing post this, the appearance that Mr. Maduro has. But we do expect that the judge is going to grant the request of the Department of Justice to try this case here in the U.S. And then they will determine the next date, as it is done in any legal process, to proceed this trial. But this trial is going to take some time, and obviously Mr. Maduro will be in the custody in a high security prison here in the U.S. to face the trial.
Right. And Saurabh, speaking about the situation as it stands in Venezuela at the moment, we do understand the U.S. has said that America has essentially taken over, the country. And even though it is kind of hinted that it might not govern the country on a day-to-day basis, the situation as it stands right now does seem a little fluid, if I may use that word. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah. So, I want to give a whole perspective to our viewers what really happened. Venezuela was under sanctions, and obviously Mr. Maduro was a wanted man. It was pretty apparent in the manner in which, the U.S. President Donald Trump had made it very clear that sooner or later they will bring him to justice. So it was clearly a writing on the wall. What he was banking on was a tacit Chinese support. There was a Chinese delegation, if you would have seen the visuals, sent by President Xi, which was visiting the former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on the same night where the U.S. operation took place. So clearly, sources here in the security agencies are telling me that not only was he being brazen and making sure that he was taking on the U.S. authorities, he also was banking on the Chinese support there in Venezuela. And obviously, the bulk of the Venezuelan oil was going to China. And post, Maduro, regime, they had to make sure that Venezuela does not fall into the hands of the Chinese or the Russians. That's the reason why there was a need to stabilize it. And the current vice president, who is now acting president, has now taken over the reins of Venezuela. And obviously, the U.S. side is making sure that the Venezuelan, government is run properly, and it does not have a chaos, because obviously, not only does it have economic repercussions, the fact that Venezuela has the highest global oil reserves makes it also important for the economic stability for the world. So I think what is happening now is to make sure that there is a stable regime which is there, which governs Venezuela, and it does not get into the hands of a rival country, so to say. That was the whole idea behind which, post this operation, that the U.S. side is helping the current Venezuelan regime to make sure that there is a law and order which is kept. And obviously, the strategic oil reserve that Venezuela has is not diverted to, obviously countries like China and Russia, which will gain out of this, and especially when a chaotic situation happens.
Saurabh, you mentioned about governance in Venezuela, and that's exactly what I was coming to next. Prolonged effect of a trial in the U.S., as Trump has pointed out that it is time for Maduro to face American system of justice. The effect on this is likely to have far-reaching consequences as far as the governance in Venezuela and the political landscape, the future of politics in Venezuela is concerned. At some point, do you see the Trump administration or the U.S. authorities coming to the negotiating table as far as this entire situation is concerned?
See, that boat has already crossed now. Sources are telling me that Nicolas Maduro was also, was given some options. There are reports coming out, although they're not confirmed reports, but the fact remains that he did speak to to President Trump. Obviously, he was adamant because the U.S. System, the administration here, did want him to face justice and surrender because of the charges that he was facing. He did not do so. And clearly, there is, if you see, on the contrary of what people were expecting, there is a groundswell of support in Venezuela and also people of Venezuelan origin. In fact, if you see, I've been talking to some people here as well in the U.S., and they're happy that Nicolas Maduro has been brought to justice because there are, besides the narco-terrorism factories that he was running, he was also doing a lot of excesses at the cost of the Venezuelan people. In fact, there are now reports which are coming out, and obviously more stories will come out, of the fact that he was leading a lavish life in Venezuela, and his cronies were leading a lavish life at the cost when the country was a bulk of the nation which had so much of oil reserves, so much of gold reserves, was under abject poverty. So certainly, many people believe that an alternative administration, which happens in Venezuela, and obviously now you have an acting president in place, will make sure that the people of Venezuela, and President Trump also said in so many words that this, once this whole oil exploration happens in Venezuela, it will also be benefiting the Venezuelan people as well, because obviously prosperity in that country was earlier being cornered by leaders like Nicolas Maduro and his partners in China and elsewhere. And now obviously bulk of this will also accrue to Venezuelan people. We obviously have to wait and watch what is going to happen. But for now, the situation is that at least you have a semblance of authority there, and there is Nicolas Maduro who will face a proper judicial trial for the crimes that he's committed.
Right. Saurabh, I request you to continue to be with us as we keep a track of those live visuals that are coming in from New York viewers. In fact, as I speak in my conversation with Chief Consulting Editor, let us tell you that at this point, Maduro and his wife have entered the courtroom in New York for arraignment in what is their first appearance at the court since being captured over the weekend. Saurabh, I'd like to come back to you on that note. Let's speak about the potential role, if at all any, that the United Nations might, play out in this entire situation, because one of the first responses that came in from the Venezuelan government post Maduro's capture was them urging the United Nations to intervene and convene an emergency Security Council meeting.
I'm glad you mentioned that because, today the UN Security Council is supposed to have a emergency meeting. That's what I was told. Obviously, China and Russia, who are permanent members, they're going to obviously take this up because they were benefiting. They were strategic beneficiaries of Maduro's oil largest, because in order to circumvent the sanctions that the U.S. had, he was trying to sell the oil to China largely. And obviously, they have been impacted deeply by this. Do you know that on the same night when Nicolas Maduro was captured, one of the highest high-profile visitors to him was the Chinese delegation, which was actually led by a special envoy of the Chinese President Xi. So clearly, they were negotiating some oil contracts and other things as well. And certainly China is very unhappy. They issued a very strong statement as well, and they will try to raise this in the UN Security Council. But as you know, that the U.S. has a veto power there, so it's unlikely that the UN will get involved other than some lip service. And I also want to say that we are sitting in 2026 where you've seen in the past as well that UN's role has largely been advisory. It has not been as effective as the world expected it to be. And obviously, nations largely, whether it was when it comes to India defending its own national interest during Operation Sindoor or any other country doing it, they make sure that they do it on their own terms, because obviously
by the time the UN reacts, it's a long-drawn process, and that's the reason why a lot of conflicts are getting solved, and situations like these are getting solved out of the UN system.
Right. All right, Saurabh, thank you very much for joining us and giving us your perspective on this story that we're tracking very, very closely. Viewers, we have to slip into a very short break, but do stay on with us. 6:30 p.m. Colleague Abhishek Kapoor getting you more details on what is the next course of action for the deposed president. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
5, 4, 3 S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
These are not media trials. These are strong campaign-based issues. Journalism which has brought the truth out. the only thing that sustains is public interest. Public interest is national interest. What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? And how many jobs does it take away?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
5, 4, 3 S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds. Lift off normal. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT drive and tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्देश्य
Motors ignited. Plus 5 seconds.
US Vice President residence attacked. J.D. Vance's Ohio residence attacked. One suspect arrested. Deposed Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife appear in a New York court on narco-terrorism charges. Tukre gang key conspirators will continue to stay in jail. Supreme Court rejects bail for Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. The top court makes strong observations, rules that Imam and Khalid are on a different footing than other accused. The government's
Courtroom warrior, a lawyer who led the case in the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court. Adv Raju speaks to Republic. The former ASG speaks about how Tukde gang orchestrated the Delhi riots, says gang wanted regime change. The victim families question bail to 5 other accused, demand Umar Khalid and Sharjeel should be hanged. All right, friends, let's cut straight to pictures coming in from New York, where a motorcade carrying ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has just arrived at the left the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn a while back and has arrived at the South District New York Court. And that's where the proceedings are going to go on. And this follows his capture, of course, 2 days back by US military in a raid which was called Operation Absolute Resolve. And he's joins us on India-United States debates, this time on what's happening in the US. Very good evening from here, Ms. Nath. Very good morning there. Must be very early morning. We have seen some muted opposition.
First of all, one is if you don't have nuclear power, you're probably not going to be respected by America. Secondly, America is literally continuing the colonial propaganda and imperialism and imposing what America wants in the global stage. Today it's Latin America, but I think it's not just Latin America, it's literally the entire world. So this is going to scare most of the world leader who has a little ounce of dignity, that this is their sovereign land, this is their political agenda, whatever their agenda is. It is a hypocrisy that we're witnessing today, that America decides who lives or who dies, who stays in the power, who gets ousted. And we have seen this again and again and again. This didn't start today. Obviously, we're seeing it in a very overt manner. But if one of the first coups by America is 1893, the reason Hawaii is part of America is because America actually executed a coup against Queen Liliuokalani. She was ousted, and America now has Hawaii. Similarly, fast forward 1903, we have seen in Panama. 1953, we have seen Operation Ajax in Iran. 1954, we have seen in Guatemala. 1961, Cuba. 1964, Brazil. 1973, Chile. So this is happening again and again and again, constantly because of what America wants. 100 years ago, when Teddy Roosevelt literally said, America, it's time for America to determine or actually civilize the world. This was the same language that colonial powers used. The colonial powers also came to India and decided they had to civilize Hindu people of India. So this is no different. And today it seems like it's South America, but it is not. It is the entire world. And this is a dangerous situation for any country, any civilization like India as well, who is actually peace-oriented. You guys have to speak up, and it's not going to stop.
It's interesting. I mean, my question was about the fillip that Trump gets from within the mega constituency, Ms. Nath. And you are suggesting that the world is uncomfortable at this development. Frankly speaking, does President Trump really care about what the world thinks, so long as he gets to, control the narrative as it seems, and that seems to be happening?
Absolutely, every single day. I have not seen one day pass by without a headline, which hasn't had a Trump name. He wants to stay in the news cycle. He controls the news cycle. Literally, there are news portal in America who's actually claiming, and also rightfully so, that Trump dominated the global news cycle. Unfortunately, whether it's looking like a chaotic situation for different countries, whether it's through economic warfare or not, whether it's tariff or not, this is continuing from a military flexing. It is continuing from a imposition of what America wants. They can literally decide which, like for instance, one Orlando Hernandez, the former Honduran president who was actually convicted for smuggling in 400 tons of drugs, were pardoned by President Trump. So the hypocrisy is glaring here. You are saying you actually targeted Venezuela for narco-terrorism, but you actually, on the other hand, pardoned and freed the person who was actually convicted in America. So America decides who lives and who dies. America is the judge, America is the jury, America is the executioner. What law are they actually following? Is it international law? If there's any leader, they decide that leader has to go. He will be ousted. He will be thrown out. He will be replaced. So is it fair for anybody else? So MAGA constituents of President Trump thinks this is the good thing for America. And one phrase you will hear from, particularly from Republican parties, peace through strength. They want to flex their muscles. They want to show that America is supreme. And they want to show that by doing what they're doing today makes sense for them. And this is exactly what is making sure that America has the power in the global landscape.
It's
so
interesting.
Next,
it's interesting that you say this while being there in the United States, Ms. Nath. Can we take this as some kind of indication that howsoever muted, there are voices of opposition and dissent within the US establishment? I'm not talking about the Democrats, but within the Republicans, there might be some who are really uncomfortable at the swing of events over the last 48 hours?
It's not from now. I think we have seen this kind of uncomfort zone for quite some time now. Even in the Epstein file, if you remember, just a few weeks ago, we have seen Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, and a staunch supporter and campaigner of President Trump and Republican Party and promoter of conservatism and basically anti-war agenda that he promised us. And today, within a year of first year, he literally bombed 8 countries. This is not settling well for some of his supporters, including myself. And there is dissent, but those dissents are coming with repercussion as well. She had to resign. The agenda, the attack on her, and similarly attack on me as well. They're telling me I'm not Republican. Basically, if you don't support President Trump or his agenda, whatever he's doing, you're not Republican. Or you are actually not, the worst is you are not American enough. They're telling me to go back, but they're not telling Marjorie Taylor Greene to go back. Where she should go back. So she's not American either. So I'm getting an extra layer of target. People like me are getting extra layer of target because of our ethnicity, our religion, that we haven't converted to Christianity. So you have to understand that the narrative has gone down to that level that any kind of dissent towards President Trump is viewed as anti-American stance. And this is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous scenario we are actually experiencing. I'm speaking honestly here, but I'm also getting the heat. I'm also feeling the heat.
I much appreciate that, Purnima Nath. I remember, in fact, just a year back, the enthusiastic conversations we would have with the Indian diaspora, including you, from the United States, about the potential that the second Trump presidency held. But it seems like a very different picture and scenario emerging, and in a way you endorsing it. Thank you so much for joining us with that perspective. We are continuing with this story. Venezuelan President Maduro, captured by the US forces in that dramatic operation called Absolute Resolve, now faces serious charges in the United States. But on the ground, back in Caracas and other parts of Venezuela, there is an eerie calm. There are some protests, but then very muted. What's with the government of President's Delsi now? Take a look.
An operation that stunned the world. The United States captured the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro, dramatically altering the balance of power in Latin America. US forces stormed key locations including Maduro's Caracas safe house, took him and his wife into custody and flew them out to New York. Washington called it a law enforcement action. Critics call it a full-blown act of aggression. But back in Venezuela, panic grips the streets. Power cuts, shutter markets, and anxious crowds.
The situation here, it's like a holiday, a holiday or vacation day, because the people we don't have we don't have too much movement in the vehicles. This highway unit to two principal cities here in Zulia State, Maracaibo and San Francisco City.
As uncertainty simmers in Venezuela, interim President Delcy Rodriguez has taken the place of her ally President Nicolas Maduro. Maduro now faces serious charges in the US, including drug trafficking and narco-terror links. Maduro today will appear in New York City courtroom. As Maduro prepares to face US courts, Venezuela stays into uncertainty.
Today's, remember the government of US, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, announced Venezuela was the government of US take the administration of the country of Venezuela. That make so many reactions in all the world. Of course, in Venezuela we have reactions. So many people with sympathy with the government of Maduro make activities and meetings in some areas of Caracas.
A president captured, a nation destabilized.
Strong message by the Supreme Court of India. If you have committed a crime, and that too one as serious as terrorism, you cannot be hiding behind Constitution. The Supreme Court today denied bail to Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, the masterminds or key conspirators of the Delhi riots of 2020. Here are the details.
हम हिंदुस्तान और नॉर्थ ईस्ट को परमानेंटली कट कर सकते हैं।
The Supreme Court today pronounced a verdict on the bail plea of the Delhi riots accused, which claimed the lives of 53 people. While 5 among the 7 accused received bail, but the main perpetrators and conspirators of the Delhi riots were denied bail. Here's what the court said while denying bail to the Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. It's the biggest setback that the Tukde gang could have ever imagined. Hari Solanki, father of Raju Solanki, one of the 53 victims of the Delhi riots, had earlier demanded nothing less than a capital punishment for all the accused in the case. Listen to what he had said before the verdict.
सर, हम तो ये अनुरोध करना चाहेंगे माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कि हम लोगों के जवान बेटे इन लोगों ने दंगे में ख़त्म कर दिए। अगर इन लोगों को जमानत दी जाती है तो हम सभी पीड़ितों को फांसी देने का काम सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा किया जा रहा है। अनुरोध करना चाहेंगे इनको किसी भी हालत में बेल नहीं देना चाहिए। इनको कम से कम सज़ा दी जाए तो फांसी से कम इनकी सज़ा नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Though happy that Sharjeel and Umar Khalid didn't receive bail, here's how he reacted after the verdict.
सरकार से और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से हम यही अपील करना चाहेंगे कि इनको बेल किसी भी हालत में न दें। अगर इनको बेल दी जाती है तो हम सभी को फांसी दी जा रही है।
Here's how the families of other victims responded.
उसको कौन होगा जिसके परिवार से कोई चला जाए, तो ऐसे उन हत्यारों को जमानत मिल जाएगी तो कोई भी खुश नहीं होगा। उसमें दंगे में 50-60 लोगों की जान गई थी, तो उनको तो कम से कम उम्र कैद ना हो तो उम्र कैद तो हो, लेकिन उम्र कैद होगी तो कोई ना कोई ऐसे ही बेल करने की, जैसे कि बोलता है कोई कहता है कि तो बेल वगैरह ना होकर के सीधी फांसी हो तो ज़्यादा बेटर है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरपीओ मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to. You know, I would argue that in many ways, India, because it's historically been an open society, one very much linked with the world, many countries of the global south are more likely to say the Indian experience is more transposable to their societies than perhaps those of others. So I do think in our progress as a democracy, the fact that, you know, for all the challenges that we've had, even at a low income, we have stayed true to the democratic model, which is almost, if you look at our part of the world, we're pretty much the only country that has done that. So I think it's something the West should look at, because if you do want democracy eventually to prevail, it's important the West also embraces successful models outside the West. Well, look, when we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Particularly preachers who don't practice at home what they preach abroad. And I think some of Europe is still struggling with that problem. Some of it is changing. So the issue for us, I mean, in many ways, Europe, I think, has entered a certain zone of reality check. Now, whether they are able to step up to it or not, it's something we will have to see. But from our point of view, if we are to develop a partnership, there has to be some understanding, there has to be some sensitivity, there has to be a mutuality of interest, and there has to be a realization of how the world works. And I think these are all work in progress to differing degrees with different parts of Europe. So some have moved further, some a little bit less. Well, look, let me say a few things here. One, we actually got a lot of international support. Many ministers, many leaders called up PM, many ministers called me up. We had a Security Council resolution which very clearly said that the perpetrators of the attack should be held accountable. And on May 7th morning, we held them accountable through the action which was taken through Operation Sindoor. Now, having said that, I know, what you have spoken to me earlier, that many issues have been raised. I honestly don't see the, to me, things are fairly clear. So let me take this opportunity to spell out our position. One, where Pakistan is concerned, our relations, our dealings with them will be bilateral and strictly bilateral. That is a national consensus for many years, and there is absolutely no change in that consensus that dealings with Pakistan will be bilateral. Yes, I mean, you could also flip it the other way around. Which BRICS country would a G7 be sitting with and talking about? And I agree with you. I think in a way, what's different in our relationship, India and France, is we've always been guided, by a certain, I would say, sense of independence or ability and willingness to strategize for ourselves. And this has been a primary hallmark of both our foreign policies. And what it does in this world, and we had a little bit of a discussion about this yesterday, in this world, I think those who come to terms with, this sort of volatility, uncertainty, what Mr. Sadeh spoke about, you will get the possibilities if you are realist about analyzing the landscape. If on the other hand you wring your hands and say everything is different, oh my God, what's happening, you're not going to have the mental strength really to see the opportunities. So we are in the midst of, frankly, I think many important relationships in the world are going to get refashioned in the coming months and years. And certainly those like us, which have a very strong, sound footing, will actually be able to build on it. Now, if, just take a look at this. We were discussing connectivity, and yet we are taking steps practically on shipping, which is a very crucial element of connectivity, to give shape to that connectivity cooperation. A major trade balance has accompanied the growth. It has increased from 6.6 billion to 58.9 billion, which is about 9 times. So we need to address that urgently. Today, as we meet, allow me to lay out some of the salient features of the agenda before us, addressing tariff and non-tariff trade barriers, removing bottlenecks in logistics, promoting connectivity through the international North-South transport corridor. While asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Managing China has become complicated. Reassuring Russia became complicated because, it's Ukraine war, the pressure on us to move away from Russia. Then I had, bringing Japan into play.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Sharvin Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, a big jolt to the Tukre gang. If you wonder why exactly have we been calling them Tukre gang, it's only because of the fact that their intention all this while has been to break the country. In fact, what I'm holding right now is a 32-page conspiracy file. The conspiracy that was basically hatched by these two people, Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. The details of what they were basically planning and how they were planning will come out tonight on This Is Exclusive, which will actually tell you why the Supreme Court felt the need to keep them behind bars and let off the others, at least on bail. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we're going to go into granular detailing of the role that has been played by these two people, and more importantly, how 2019 was the precursor to what we witnessed in 2020 February when US President Donald Trump was in the national capital. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive, but first let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. 34-page explosive document sheds light on terrorist Umar and Sharjeel masterminding the 2020 Delhi riots conspiracy. Supreme Court rejects the bail plea of Tukre. The Supreme Court has denied bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, who were accused for offences under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act in connection with the 2020 Delhi riots larger conspiracy case. Now, the court ruled that material on record discloses a prima facie case against Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. The court, in fact, said that the delay in the trial can serve as a trigger for the judicial scrutiny, even in cases involving offences under the UAPA, like the present one. In fact, Republic has tracked this closely since 2020, and today with the Supreme Court's ruling, we present an explosive document. A 34-page report that essentially corroborates the court's observation that what Omar and Sharjeel planned does in fact amount to acts of terror. In fact, I'm going to take you through each of the details and how the planning actually all started. 2019, what we basically saw. 2019 was basically a replica. And in 2020, when the riots actually broke out, it was nothing but a replica of 2019 itself. And the planning actually began since then. In fact, what we are given to understand from the documents that have been accessed, the sequence of events of the conspiracy of the Northeast Delhi riots. And what's very clear, the aim was very simple. The aim was to target the state. Allegations of incitement was not raised by the state for the first time. Rather, it was raised in closed doors of conspirators themselves. That is the DPSG group. Now, it is this particular group in which most of these accused were present. The very own trusted persons of conspirators have charged them with conspiracy. The state has basically come in much later. Now, it seems that within the DPSG group, in which Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and others were basically present, there was a fight that had already taken place. Some who had spoken about the fact that there was a deliberate attempt that was made to incite violence, and some said that you need to de-escalate. Now, these are words that have basically come in. Look at what was essentially being spoken about in these chats, in these various posts that were basically put in. Tera mera rishta kya hai, la ilaha, was one such, where they're essentially saying that it is basically against nationalism, it is against democracy, it is against secularism. Then if you take a look at further details that we have essentially got, the top conspirators, the conspirators who were along with Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, there were other groups. In fact, it turns out that they had something called the JCC in their entire ecosystem, and the riots in February 2020 was basically executed by carefully identifying and selecting the protest sites in Muslim majority areas close to mosques, mazars, they're close to main roads, so as to escalate protests to Chakka Jam. Once critical mass is generated and at an appropriate time, and eventually leaded to violence against police and then others, it was ensured that secular names, Hindu names were given to protest sites to give a secular color. Now, let's now break down the entire anatomy of this plan. Now, this document basically mentions that the riots were basically preceded in December 2019 at a much lower scale, but the pattern was quite identical, having the same lead characters and also the similar modus operandi. And the riots were basically executed by carefully identifying and selecting protest sites in Muslim majority areas that were close to mosques and also close to main roads, so as to basically escalate the Chakka jams. And once critical mass is gathered, they basically would be leading to violence against the police and others also. I'm going to take you through what was the modus operandi. It is what we are calling the anatomy of the riots. First was about spreading of information, how exactly misinformation was being provided to others through WhatsApp, multiple WhatsApp groups that were essentially created, DPSG being one such. And in fact, back in 2019 itself, in Jamia, there was a group that was created by Sharjeel Imam. And the messages that they were basically passing on, I'm going to take you through all of that in a short while from that. There were what they called 27 protest sites. Now, this was a mini protest site that was basically created, and they wanted this to go on for 24/7. In fact, they escalated this at a much later by bringing in the aspect of Chakka jams, of ensuring that highways, roads were basically blocked so that people were inconvenienced and their message would have been set across. So they were moving from protest site to designated location on main roads, highways and blockade. Now, this was particularly extremely important to their entire system, how exactly they were operating, so that the moment the roads and highways are basically blocked, it would have garnered more attention, creating confrontational situation. So the easiest way, according to this particular document that we have accessed, their plan was to ensure that they would target the courts, they would target the police, and there were multiple sequences that were basically created by them by which they would have come face-to-face blows with the police. Now, Let me take you through. What were they planning to do? They were attacking the police as well as the paramilitary. That was part of their entire plan. Let's move on. Now, if you take a look at it, their idea was spread communal violence, attack the non-Muslims. So in some of the areas that you see with the names that they had essentially given, their aim to attack non-Muslims, damage public and private properties. And what were they doing? How were they doing it? They were using petrol bombs, firearms, deadly weapons, acid bombs, stones, lathis, chili powder. So look at the manner in which all of this was planned. And does it really look to you that these were basically perhaps spontaneous in nature? No, it wasn't spontaneous. It was a protest that was completely orchestrated. Now I'm going to take you through the areas where these protests were actually taking place, and more importantly, how it is linked to 2019. So it's not about just 2020, but it is also 2020. Now, one thing is abundantly clear, and that is the peaceful protest narrative that was essentially given was just an alibi. The actual plan was to basically target India, to incite mass violence, and also break the very fabric of democracy. Now, what we are going to show you, we'll show you the two maps of the national capital. In fact, this is where the first phase of the riots that took place. So we've been able to put together, just look at the arc of this. It all started with 16th of December 2019 in Chandbagh Mazar area. Chandbagh Mazar area was the first, it was reported on 16th of December. Then in Bridgepuri Tea Point, that was on 17th of November 2019. So all of this comes in one particular area itself. If you take a look at it, they're all part of the same area. Let's move to the other part. 66-footer road, this is again on 17th of December 2019. That's another place where the riots had broken out. Let's take you through the other details of it. In front of Jafrabad police station, 17th of December, this is again yet another place where there was a confrontation that has taken place. That is point number 4. Point number 5, take a look at it. This is in December 20th from Shamshan Ghat to the GOI Chakkar Old Simapuri. Now that's point number 5 here. Point 6, take a look at it. Let's move to the point 6. Again, this is all within one particular area as you see. This is the first phase of the riots pattern. In one particular area, in a couple of days, you have seen how it was attacked. Again, the second phase of the planning. It's again from 1 to 4 belongs in this arc. 5 to 8 that we want to take you right now, again falls in a wider range itself. The same very area. Jafrabad, Silampuri Fruit Market, Jafrabad Metro Station, Jyoti Nagar, these are all part of the same arc that you see. Shastri Park, Sundar Nagar, the other places. So a total of 10 locations that we've been able to map here. As you can see, take a look at it, closer look. You'll understand that how this was concentrated in one particular area so that they had the maximum damage that could be inflicted upon. I'm also going to get you two very special guests in a short while from now. I'm going to tell you how the riot victims, how they have faced perhaps injustice for a very long time. The fact that these were the same very people who went on calling for democracy, that democracy is in threat. The reality is this, that the two people who actually faced the worst. Ram Paswan, he's again Nitin's father. Shiv Kumar Raghav, he's again a victim. Ram Paswan ji और शिव कुमार जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सबसे पहले आप दोनों से एक सवाल करना चाहूँगा, वो ये है कि उमर खालिद और शर्जील इमाम की अगर बात करें, दोनों के ऊपर जो आरोप लगे हैं, वो आरोप एक तरह से देखा जाए तो जानबूझकर जो भी उन्होंने किया 2019 और 2020 में, ये जानबूझकर उन्होंने किया था. पर अब तक जो दलील दिया गया था कोर्ट में वो ये था कि हम लोग पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, हम देश को बचाने के लिए पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. आप लोगों से जानना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने अपने लोगों को खोया है, आप लोग से जानना चाहूँगा, जो लोग आपकी बात सुन रहे हैं उनको भी आप बताइए कि आखिरकार जो लोग ये दलील देते हैं कि डेमोक्रेसी को बचाने के, गणतंत्र को बचाने के लिए ही वो ये काम कर रहे थे, क्या वो सही है?
जी, ये जो प्रोटेस्ट जो हुआ था यहीं से स्टार्ट हुआ था गलती, लेकिन उसके अंदर जो हमारे लोगों की जान गई, वे जिससे कि कोई लेना देना नहीं था हम लोगों का, उसके अंदर जो स्टार्ट हुआ
जी,
ये इतना गलत हुआ कि लोगों ने उसका साथ देने की बजाय उसका गलत इस्तेमाल कर दिया। वो गलत इस्तेमाल होने पे ही लोगों की जानें भी गई, लोगों की दुकानें भी, मार्केट जला दी गई। इस चीज को मद्देनजर रखते हुए ही ये सारे काम बहुत ही गलत हुए। इसके अंदर प्रशासन ने भी बहुत लापरवाही।
Shiv Kumar ji, we'll try and reconnect with Shiv Kumar in a while from now. Ram Paswan is also joined. Ram Paswan जी, आपसे भी ये सवाल करना चाहूँगा जो मैंने शिव कुमार जी से किया, क्योंकि आपने अपने लोगों को खोया है और उस दिन जिस दिन ये हादसा हुआ, जिस तरह से ये दंगे हुए दिल्ली में, उसमें कई लोगों को जान गए। उसके बावजूद ये जो लोग हैं शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद, इनके पीछे जिस तरह से विदेशी दल उनको बैकिंग दे रही है, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि उस दिन आपके जान पहचान के कौन लोग थे और क्या हुआ था?
सर, मैं राम सुगारत पासवान बोल रहा हूँ सर।
जी
जी सर,
बोलिए। राम पासवान जी, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे, उस दिन हुआ क्या? दंगे के दिन में नितिन के साथ हुआ क्या था?
सर, दंगे के दिन में मेरे यहाँ जो है गोखलपुरी में 2 दिन पहले दंगे हुआ था सर, 24-25 तारीख को, फरवरी को।
जी
जी सर, सुन।
राम पासवान जी, आप बोलिए, आप पूरे विस्तार से बताइए कि हुआ क्या था।
ऐसा हुआ सर, हमारे यहाँ है गोखलपुरी, रहता हूँ दिल्ली गोखलपुरी में, तो यहाँ पे जो है 24 तारीख और 25 तारीख ये दिन दंगे हो